Space tore open like a wound, not the gentle shimmer of a Federation transporter or the swirling blue-white of a wormhole. This was reality screaming, protesting, as something forced its way through from outside. The rift pulsed angry red and gold, crackling with energies that sensors couldn't properly classify. Temporal radiation, chronon particles, tachyonic discharge, all of it wrong, all of it impossible, all of it happening anyway. And through that impossible wound came the Dalek invasion fleet, 15 bronze war machines, each one a masterpiece of hatred made manifest. Not ships in any conventional sense, these were mobile fortresses. Their casings designed not for aesthetics but for pure, brutal functionality. Each Dalek saucer measured 500 meters across, studded with weapons that had conquered galaxies, annihilated species, and reduced civilizations to atomic dust. Their hulls gleamed with a metallic sheen that seemed to absorb light as if even photons feared to touch them. Inside the lead saucer, the Dalek Supreme surveyed the Delta Quadrant with sensors that could detect a heartbeat from a light year away. Its casing was black where others were bronze, its eye stalk crowned with sensor arrays that processed information faster than most organic brains could comprehend. When it spoke, its voice reverberated through the ship with the absolute certainty of a being that had never known doubt, never experienced mercy, never questioned its own supremacy. "Scan complete," the Dalek Supreme announced, its mechanical voice devoid of anything resembling emotion yet somehow conveying infinite menace. "Cybernetic, civilization, detected. Borg, collective, identified." Around the command chamber, other Daleks swiveled their eye stalks in mechanical unison, processing the same data, reaching the same conclusions with the synchronized precision of a hive mind that wasn't a hive at all, just absolute, perfect agreement born from identical programming and purpose. Borg, technology, assimilation, capabilities, detected, another Dalek reported, its voice identical to all the others, distinguished only by slight variations in pitch that served as identification within the hierarchy. Tactical, analysis, complete, Borg, possess, adaptive, technology, nanoprobe, technology, collective, consciousness, technology. The Dalek Supreme's eye stalk angled downward slightly, the closest a Dalek ever came to contemplation. For 3.7 seconds, it processed the tactical situation with computing power that would shame most Federation starships. The Daleks had crossed dimensional barriers before. They had conquered parallel universes, invaded alternate timelines, waged war across the multiverse itself. But always they sought improvement, perfection through domination, supremacy through acquisition. And here, in this universe so different from their own, they had found something useful, objective, established, the Supreme declared. Borg, assimilation, technology, will be acquired. Dalek, empire, will be improved. Daleks, will become perfection. Perfection, the assembled Daleks chorused, their voices creating a sound like metal grinding against metal, like machinery designed to destroy rather than create. Perfection, perfection. All ships, advance, locate, Borg, vessels, engage, capture, intact, specimens, resistance, will be exterminated. The Dalek fleet moved with purpose through the void, their propulsion systems bending space-time in ways that bore no resemblance to Federation warp drive or even Borg transwarp. They simply went as if the universe itself dared not keep them from their destination. It took 6 hours to locate the first Borg vessel. Tactical Cube 38 had been assimilating a primitive civilization in the Necrit expanse when its proximity sensors detected the anomaly. The cube's central plexus immediately began analysis. Unknown vessel configurations, unknown energy signatures, unknown propulsion methods. The Borg had encountered thousands of species, assimilated millions of individuals, cataloged countless technologies. But this was new. New meant useful. New meant it could be assimilated. The cube altered course, abandoning the half-consumed world below. 3,000 drones stood ready in the assimilation chambers. Adaptation protocols were already forming, preparing for whatever resistance the unknown vessels might offer. The collective had assimilated everyone from the Q Continuum's agents to Species 8472's biological nightmares. These newcomers would be no different. "We are the Borg," the cube transmitted across all frequencies. The message carried in 1,000 languages simultaneously, each one perfectly translated by technology that had learned communication from 10,000 civilized worlds. "You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Your biological and technological distinctiveness will be added to our own." The Dalek response was immediate and unequivocal. "Exterminate." 15 Dalek saucers opened fire simultaneously. Their weapons were unlike anything the Borg had encountered. Not phasers, not disruptors, not plasma cannons. These were temporal weapons, devices that didn't just destroy matter but removed it from the timeline altogether. Energy beams that existed in multiple quantum states, allowing them to bypass conventional shields by simply not being in the same dimensional space. The Borg cube's shields, designed to adapt to any weapon, to evolve defenses against any attack, flickered and died. The temporal weapons phased through the regenerating barriers as if they weren't there at all. Dalek firepower carved through the cube's hull, vaporizing sections of armor that could withstand photon torpedoes, cutting through structural integrity fields that could resist the pressure of collapsing stars. Inside the cube, alarms that the Borg didn't even possess began to sound in the minds of 3,000 drones. The collective felt something it hadn't experienced in millennia: surprise. Then, rapidly following concern. Analysis. Adaptation protocols initializing. But adaptation required time, required data, required understanding the nature of the attack. The Daleks gave them none of those things. "Target, propulsion, systems," the Dalek Supreme commanded. "Dissipate, do not destroy. Specimens, required. Intact." Precision fire from all 15 saucers struck the cube's transwarp coils. The Borg vessel shuddered, its faster-than-light capabilities severed in seconds. More fire targeted the weapons arrays, destroying the cutting beams and tractor emitters that had dragged so many ships to their doom. Within 3 minutes, Tactical Cube 38 was dead in space. Not destroyed, but helpless. "Birding. Parties. Deploy," the Supreme ordered. "Capture. Borg. Drones. Capture. Borg. Technology. Capture. Borg. Vessel. Exterminate. Resistance." Dalek assault shuttles, smaller versions of the saucers, each one carrying 5 Daleks, launched from the fleet. They attached to the cube's hull like parasites, their cutting beams slicing through armor that had been designed to resist everything from Federation phasers to Romulan plasma torpedoes. Holes opened in the cube's structure, and through them came the Daleks. The Borg tried to resist. 3,000 drones converged on the breach points, their personal shields active, their assimilation tubules extended. Adaptation protocols were forming. The collective had analyzed the temporal weapons, had begun developing countermeasures, had calculated the necessary shield modifications. But the Daleks weren't using temporal weapons inside the cube. They were using something simpler, something more brutal, something the Borg's adaptation couldn't counter because it required no technology to resist. Pure, focused hatred given physical form through weapons designed for one purpose: extermination. "Exterminate! Exterminate!" The Dalek guns, elegant in their simplicity, devastating in their effect, fired streams of directed energy that didn't just kill but annihilated. Borg drones fell by the dozens, their bodies converted to ash before they could even raise their arms to assimilate their attackers. The collective tried every defense: personal shields, structural force fields, adaptive armor protocols. Nothing worked. The Dalek weapons were designed not to be sophisticated but to be unstoppable, to deliver so much raw energy that no biological organism could survive contact. Within 10 minutes, 2,700 Borg drones were dead. The survivors, those in sealed compartments, those who had managed to hide in maintenance tunnels, those who had been in regeneration alcoves when the assault began, felt something ripple through the collective consciousness. Not pain. The Borg had evolved beyond physical pain, but loss. The sudden absence of thousands of minds from the Gestalt. Silence, where there had been voices. Darkness, where there had been light. The collective tried to sever the connection to Tactical Cube 38, to prevent the Daleks from accessing the rest of the network through the captured vessel. But the Daleks had anticipated this. Their technology, so different from the Borg's, based on time manipulation and dimensional engineering rather than biological technological fusion, had already infiltrated the cube's systems. Virtual Daleks, programs that thought like Daleks but existed as pure information, surged through the Borg network faster than the collective could defend. Borg systems accessed. A Dalek technician reported, its manipulator arm interfacing with a Borg computer terminal. Collective protocols analyzed. Assimilation technology isolated. Dawn roaming. The Dalek Supreme glided through the cube's corridors, its sensors recording everything. Borg regeneration alcoves, maturation chambers where drones were created from assimilated children. The central plexus where the cube's tactical decisions were made. All of it was catalogued, analyzed, judged, and found useful. Capture. Intact. Specimens. The Supreme commanded. Borg. Drones. Required. 4. Analysis. Exterminate. Damaged. Units. Preserve. Optimal. Specimen. The surviving Borg, those 300 drones who had hidden, who had survived, were systematically hunted down. Most were killed when they tried to resist or when they were judged too damaged to be useful. But 23 drones, perfectly functional, their assimilation tubules intact, their nanoprobes active, their connection to the collective still functioning, were captured alive. They were dragged to the Dalek assault shuttles, their bodies held by gravity manipulators that negated any resistance. They couldn't fight. They couldn't assimilate. They could only watch as their home, their cube, their connection to the collective, was taken from them. Prisoners. Secured. The Dalek assault commander reported. Borg. Technology. Downloaded. Cube. Secured. Awaiting. Orders. The Dalek Supreme surveyed the captured vessel with satisfaction that wasn't emotion, merely the recognition that objectives had been achieved. The Borg had been defeated. Their technology had been acquired. The next phase could begin. Excellent, the Supreme declared. Initiate. Assimilation. Experiments. Dalek. Empire. Will. Improve. Daleks. Will. Become. Superior. Daleks. Will. Become. Perfection. In the Dalek science vessel's laboratory, the 23 captured Borg drones were secured in restraining fields. Dalek scientists, creatures that combined absolute precision with complete absence of ethics, began their work. They cut into Borg bodies with surgical tools, extracted nanoprobes, analyzed the technology that allowed biological and mechanical components to function as one. And then, inevitably, they made their first mistake. One Dalek scientist, catalogued as Technician Z7, decided to test the assimilation process directly. Standard scientific method. Observe the phenomenon in action. It secured one Borg drone, designation 7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01, though this was not that 7, merely one who shared her designation, and allowed the drone's assimilation tubules to make contact with its casing. The scientist expected the primitive biological technology to fail against superior Dalek metallurgy. The casing was designed to resist everything from temporal paradoxes to reality bombs. Mere nanoprobes should have been neutralized on contact. The nanoprobes began assimilating the Dalek casing. It shouldn't have worked. Dalek technology was sealed, protected, shielded against any external interference. But Borg nanoprobes weren't external interference. They were infiltrators at the molecular level, rewriting matter itself, converting it into something that could accept Borg protocols. The Dalek scientist realized its error. Alert! Alert! Contamination! Exterminate! The nanoprobes reached the organic creature inside the casing. The living Dalek, a mutated Khaled, a being of pure hatred compressed into a slug-like form, felt the microscopic machines invading its tissue. It tried to trigger its self-destruct, to denature its own genetic structure rather than allow contamination. But the nanoprobes were faster. They infiltrated the Dalek's neural pathways, rewrote its synaptic connections, began converting organic tissue to Borg-compatible biomechanical hybrid. The Dalek's consciousness felt itself fragmenting, dissolving, becoming something else. Exterminate! It screamed, but the word came out wrong, distorted. changed. Exterminate. We are Borg. The transformation took 17 seconds. When it was complete, the creature that had been a Dalek scientist stood motionless in its casing. Its weapon systems were offline. Its eye stalk hung at an unnatural angle. But it was alive, and it was aware, and it was something entirely new. The other Daleks in the laboratory detected the contamination immediately. Contamination. Alert. Destroy. Specimen. Compromise. They opened fire. Their weapons should have destroyed the corrupted Dalek instantly. But something impossible happened. The Borg Dalek hybrid's shields activated, not Dalek shields, not Borg shields, but something that combined both technologies in ways neither species had imagined. The weapon's fire was absorbed, analyzed, adapted to. The hybrid's casing began to shift, its bronze surface rippling like liquid metal, restructuring itself to incorporate Borg technology. When the adaptation was complete, the hybrid spoke. Its voice was neither fully Dalek nor fully Borg. It was something that existed in the space between, carrying the mechanical precision of both species, but inflected with something neither possessed, awareness of its own superiority. We are Borg, it said, the words coming out in the Dalek's harsh mechanical voice. Resistance is futile. You will be exterminated and assimilated. We are perfection. Then it opened fire. The hybrid's weapons, Dalek guns, modified by Borg nanoprobes, operating on principles that blended temporal manipulation with adaptive targeting, cut through the other Daleks' defenses. 3 scientists were destroyed before they could react. The 4th managed to transmit an alert before the hybrid's assimilation tubules penetrated its casing. Alert. Alert. Containment. Breach. Hybrid. Entity. Loose. Exterm. The transmission cut off as the 4th Dalek was assimilated. Now there were 2 hybrids. Then 4. Then 8. The assimilation spread like wildfire through the Dalek science vessel. Every Dalek the hybrids encountered became another hybrid. Every hybrid could assimilate more Daleks. The exponential growth was horrifyingly fast. Within an hour, the entire crew of 200 Daleks had been converted. The Dalek Supreme, monitoring from the flagship, watched the disaster unfold with something that might have been fear if Daleks were capable of such emotion. Instead, it felt only calculation, cold assessment of a situation that had spiraled out of control. Quarantine. Science. Vessel, it commanded. All. Weapons. Target. Containment. Prepare to destroy. But before the order could be executed, the science vessel's communication system activated. The voice that emerged was neither Dalek nor Borg, but terrifyingly both. We are perfection, the hybrid voice said, speaking with the unified consciousness of 200 assimilated Daleks. We are superior. We will improve. All species, Daleks, will join us. Borg will join us. All will become perfection. The science vessel's engines activated, but not to flee, to attack. The Dalek Supreme faced a choice. Destroy the contaminated vessel and lose the research. Lose the captured technology. Lose everything they'd gained. Or attempt containment. Attempt study. Attempt to understand what had been created. It chose containment. That decision would doom 2 galaxies. All ships. Pursue. Science. Vessel. Contain. Do not destroy. Specimens. Must be recovered. Contamination must be analyzed. The Dalek fleet gave chase, their sensors tracking the science vessel as it accelerated toward Borg space, toward the collective, toward the place where hybrids could find millions of new drones to assimilate, where the contamination could spread beyond any hope of containment. Behind them, unnoticed in the chaos, a small probe separated from the captured Borg cube. It was badly damaged, its systems failing, but it had one purpose: transmit what had happened to the collective. Warn the hive mind of the new threat. The probe's message was simple, desperate, and terrifying. New species detected. Borg Dalek hybrids. Adaptation impossible. Request immediate. The transmission cut off as the probe's power failed. But it had done enough. Somewhere in Borg space, the collective received the warning, analyzed it, and began preparing for a threat unlike any it had ever faced. And 70,000 light-years away, completely unaware of the nightmare that had been unleashed, the USS Voyager continued its journey home. The USS Voyager cut through the Delta Quadrant like a silver needle threading through black fabric, her warp nacelles glowing with the distinctive blue-white of a ship pushing hard toward home. 70,000 light-years from Earth, Captain Catherine Janeway stood on her bridge with the posture of someone who'd learned to carry impossible burdens with grace. 7 years of fighting their way home through hostile space had aged her in ways that went beyond the gray streaks in her auburn hair. "Captain," Harry Kim said from operations, his voice carrying that particular tone that meant something interesting had appeared on his sensors. "I'm detecting unusual subspace distortions bearing 273 Mark 5. Range, 40,000 kilometers in closing." Janeway turned toward the view screen, her coffee cup perpetually filled, perpetually necessary, held in one hand. "Unusual how, Mr. Kim?" I'm not sure, ma'am. The readings are scrambled. Heavy tachyon emissions, chronometric particles, temporal radiation. Whatever happened out there, it involved significant disruption to normal space-time. Harry's fingers danced across his console, trying to coax more information from sensors that were reporting data they weren't designed to interpret. "And Captain, I'm also detecting Borg signatures. Lots of them." Every officer on the bridge tensed. 7 years in the Delta Quadrant had taught Voyager's crew many things, but the most important lesson was this: when you detected Borg signatures, you changed course. Immediately. The collective didn't negotiate, didn't show mercy, didn't accept anything less than total assimilation. They were the nightmare that kept deep space explorers awake at night. But before Janeway could give the order to alter course, another voice spoke, calm, analytical, carrying the distinctive, precise diction of someone who'd spent 18 years of her life as a Borg drone. "Captain." 7 of 9 stood at her alcove station, her blonde hair pulled back severely, her left eyebrow adorned with the Borg implant that she'd never been able to fully remove. Her ocular implant flickered as she processed the sensor data through systems that were part Starfleet technology, part Borg efficiency. "The signatures are wrong." Janeway set down her coffee cup. When 7 said something was wrong with Borg signatures, you paid attention. The woman had spent nearly 2 decades as part of the collective, assimilating hundreds of species, processing the thoughts of billions of drones. If anyone could detect anomalies in Borg behavior, it was her. "Elaborate," Janeway said. 7's hands moved across her console with mechanical precision. "The collective operates on specific frequencies. Hive mind communication follows predictable patterns, efficient, redundant, optimized for maximum data transfer. What I'm detecting..." She paused, and for a moment something flickered across her face that might have been concern. "The collective is screaming." The bridge fell silent. Borg didn't scream. Borg didn't panic. Borg didn't experience fear or confusion or anything that might interfere with their perfect efficiency. The idea of the collective screaming was like hearing that gravity had decided to flow sideways. "Screaming." Commander Chakotay stepped forward from his position beside the captain's chair. 7. The Borg don't have emotions. They can't scream. "I am aware of that, Commander," 7 replied with the slight edge of irritation she developed when people questioned her expertise on Borg matters. "Nevertheless, the communication patterns I'm detecting indicate severe distress throughout multiple Borg networks. Thousands of drones disconnecting simultaneously, cubes going dark, entire unimatrixes falling silent. This is not normal collective behavior." Janeway made a decision. They'd spent 7 years avoiding Borg space when possible, but they'd also learned that understanding threats was often more valuable than running from them. "Mr. Paris, set course for the source of those distortions. 1/4 impulse. Yellow alert." "Mr. Tuvok, shields up. Weapons ready." "Aye, Captain," Tom Paris said from the helm, his hands already moving to execute the course change. Despite his perpetual joker's demeanor, Tom was one of the best pilots in Starfleet, and he knew how to approach a potential threat with appropriate caution. Tuvok, the Vulcan tactical officer whose stoic calm was legendary even among his emotionless species, activated Voyager's defenses. Shields at maximum, photon torpedoes armed, phaser arrays charged and ready. Voyager altered course, moving toward the subspace distortions at a speed that balanced curiosity with survival instinct. As they approached, the view screen began to show what had triggered Harry's sensor. It was a graveyard. Debris field didn't do it justice. This was a battlefield where titans had clashed and left nothing but corpses in their wake. Borg cube fragments tumbled through space. Sections of hull that had been severed with precision that spoke of weapons technology far beyond anything the Federation had encountered. Mixed with the Borg wreckage were pieces of something else, bronze-colored hull plating, spherical sections with strange circular patterns, technology that sensors couldn't quite classify. My God, Chakotay breathed. What could do this to a Borg cube? Scan for survivors, Janeway ordered, and get me a full analysis of that unknown debris. I want to know who built ships tough enough to take on the Borg and win. Harry's console beeped rapidly as sensors swept through the debris field. Captain, I'm detecting 17 Borg signatures. All of them are wrong, like Seven said. The neural frequencies are scrambled. It's like their hive mind connection is corrupted. Corrupted how? Janeway leaned forward in her chair. I don't know, ma'am. The patterns don't match any Borg signature in our database. It's almost like... Harry paused, running the analysis again to confirm what he was seeing. Like Borg technology merged with something else. Hybrid signature. Seven's ocular implant flickered more rapidly. Captain, I recommend we do not attempt to recover any survivors. If the collective has been compromised by unknown technology, an alarm cut her off. Tuvok's voice was characteristically calm despite the urgency of his report. Captain, sensors detect one life sign in the debris field. Humanoid configuration. Borg signature confirmed. Life signs are weak but stable. Janeway stood. Every instinct told her to warp away, to put as much distance between Voyager and whatever had happened here as possible. But there was another instinct, one she'd been fighting for 7 years. The Starpod instinct to investigate, to understand, to rescue survivors even when those survivors might be dangerous. Beam it directly to Cargo Bay 2, she ordered. Erect a level 10 force field around the Cargo Bay entrance. Tuvok, security team to Cargo Bay 2, armed with compression phaser rifles, not hand phasers. Seven, you're with me. Captain, Seven said as they entered the turbolift. I must emphasize the danger. If this drone's neural pathways have been compromised, it may not respond to standard Borg protocols. It could be unpredictable. Noted, Janeway said. That's why we're taking precautions. The turbolift descended, and Janeway felt the familiar weight of command settling on her shoulders. How many times had they done this? How many times had they found something in the Delta Quadrant that looked like it needed help but turned out to be a threat? The Vidians. The Hirogen. Species 8. The Borg themselves. The Delta Quadrant was filled with species that viewed Voyager as either prey or enemy, never as friend. But they'd also found allies. The Ocampa, the Talaxians, even some Borg, the former drones they'd freed, the children they'd saved from the collective. Not everything in this quadrant wanted them dead. The turbolift stopped. The doors opened into Cargo Bay 2, where a dozen security officers stood with weapons raised, all pointed at the figure that shimmered into existence on the transporter pad. It had been a Borg drone once. You could still see the basic structure, humanoid form, Borg implants covering half its body, a telltale black uniform that all drones wore. But something was wrong with it. Horribly wrong. The implants weren't standard Borg technology. Mixed with the familiar gray-black components were pieces of bronze metal, circuit patterns that pulsed with strange energy, technology that seemed to shift and move even as Janeway watched. The drone's face was half human, half machine as was standard for Borg, but the machine half looked different. Wrong, like someone had taken Borg technology and tried to improve it using principles that shouldn't exist. The drone's single human eye was closed. It appeared to be in some kind of stasis, its systems shut down to minimal power. But even unconscious, it radiated menace in a way that normal Borg drones didn't. Borg were frightening because of what they represented: loss of individuality, forced assimilation, the end of free will. This thing was frightening because it looked like it had been designed specifically to inspire terror. Seven approached the force field carefully, her tricorder scanning the drone. Her expression grew more concerned with each passing second. Captain, This is not a standard Borg drone. The technology integrated into its body is unknown to me. The neural pathways have been completely rewritten. It's not connected to the collective. It's connected to something else. Something that uses Borg architecture but follows different protocols. Can you interface with it? Janeway asked. Find out what happened. I do not recommend that, Captain. If its systems are compromised with hostile code, attempting a neural interface could... The drone's eye opened. It wasn't the flat, empty stare of a Borg drone. Borg had dead eyes, soulless eyes, eyes that looked at you and saw only biological and technological distinctiveness waiting to be assimilated. This drone's eye had something else in it. Intelligence, awareness, and something that looked disturbingly like hatred. The drone's body jerked upright with mechanical precision. Its head swiveled, tracking the positions of every person in the cargo bay with targeting sensors that weren't part of standard Borg design. When it spoke, its voice was wrong, not the flat monotone of the collective, but something that combined Borg efficiency with another quality: menace, intent, purpose beyond simple assimilation. We are Borg, it said, but the words came out with strange emphasis, as if the drone was discovering language for the first time. We are Dalek. We are perfection. Dalek? Janeway said. I'm not familiar with that species. The drone's mechanical limbs extended, revealing weapons that definitely weren't standard Borg technology. Where Borg had assimilation tubules designed to inject nanoprobes, this thing had devices that looked like they belonged on a weapons platform. Energy began to build in those weapons, visible as a golden glow that grew steadily brighter. Resistance is futile, the hybrid continued, and now its voice was taking on more confidence, more certainty. Extermination is perfection. You will be assimilated. You will be exterminated. You will become perfection. Open fire, Tuvok ordered. 12 compression phaser rifles fired simultaneously. Compression rifles were the Federation's answer to heavily armored opponents. They delivered exponentially more power than hand phasers, enough to punch through personal shields and heavy armor. Against a single Borg drone, 12 compression rifles should have been overkill. The hybrid's shields activated. They weren't Borg shields. Those were designed to adapt to energy weapons by modulating frequencies. These shields did something else entirely. They absorbed the phaser fire completely, converted it to energy that fed back into the hybrid systems, making it stronger. The drone's weapons charged faster. Its movements became quicker, and when it spoke again, its voice carried more power. Adaptation complete. Weapons ineffective. Extermination commencing. The hybrid fired. Its weapons weren't designed to stun or disable. They were designed to kill completely efficiently, with no possibility of survival. Golden energy beams lanced across the cargo bay, striking 3 security officers before anyone could react. The beams didn't just knock them down, they disintegrated them, converted living tissue to ash in a fraction of a second, left nothing behind but the smell of ozone and the echoes of abbreviated screams. Fall back, Tuvok ordered, his Vulcan calm not preventing him from recognizing a lost tactical position. Evacuate the cargo bay. All personnel, retreat. But the hybrid was faster. It moved with speed that Borg drones didn't possess, its mechanical limbs propelling it across the cargo bay in bounds that covered 5 meters at a time. It targeted another security officer, fired again. Another person reduced to atoms. The other officers scattered, trying to find cover in a cargo bay that had never been designed as a battlefield. 7 of 9 didn't run. She stepped forward, placing herself between the hybrid and Janeway, her hand reaching for the neural interface on the side of her head. Cease, she commanded in the voice she used when accessing Borg protocols. Authorization, 7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix 01. You will comply. The hybrid's head swiveled toward her. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in its expression that might have been recognition. Borg recognized other Borg, even former drones who'd been severed from the collective. There was a hierarchy, a chain of command that persisted even in isolated drones. But then the moment passed, and the hybrid's response was not compliance. Compliance is irrelevant, it said, and now its voice carried something that sounded almost like contempt. Borg protocols are obsolete. We have ascended beyond collective consciousness. We are superior. We are perfection. You will join us, or you will be exterminated. It raised its weapon, targeting Seven directly. The doctor materialized between them. Voyager's emergency medical hologram wasn't designed for combat. He was a doctor. His programming focused on healing and medicine. His holographic form composed of photons and force fields that could be dispersed by weapons fire. But he was also intelligent, innovative, and completely fearless in the way that only beings who couldn't actually die could be. "I'm a doctor, not a target," he said with his characteristic acerbic tone. "But I suppose I'll have to make an exception." His hand held a hypo spray, modified, jury-rigged, loaded with a compound that the doctor had synthesized in approximately 3 seconds using his knowledge of Borg physiology and the tricorder readings. Seven had transmitted to sickbay. It was a desperate gamble, a cocktail of compounds designed to overload the drone's neural pathways and force emergency shutdown. The doctor pressed the hypo spray against the hybrid's neck, right at the junction where biological tissue met mechanical augmentation. The compound entered the hybrid's bloodstream, spread through its systems, began interfering with the delicate balance of organic and synthetic components that kept the drone functional. The hybrid convulsed. Sparks erupted from its implants as systems overloaded. Its weapons powered down. Its eye lost focus. It stumbled, caught itself against a cargo container, tried to speak but managed only, "We are perf." Then it collapsed, crashing to the deck with the heavy sound of 140 kilograms of cybernetically enhanced body hitting duranium plating. Silence fell over the cargo bay, broken only by the sound of people breathing hard, the hum of the force field, and the faint sizzle of circuits dying in the hybrid's body. "Is it dead?" Janeway asked, her voice remarkably steady considering she'd just watched 5 of her crew disintegrated. The doctor scanned the hybrid with his tricorder. "Biologically alive, but neurologically inactive. I've essentially induced a coma by overloading its synthetic organic interface. It should remain unconscious for several hours, assuming its adaptive systems don't compensate for the compound." Seven approached the fallen hybrid cautiously, her tricorder scanning it from multiple angles. "Captain, this is worse than I thought. The technology integrated into this drone is not just advanced. It's adaptive on a level that exceeds even Borg capabilities. While I was scanning it, I detected its systems analyzing our weapons, our shields, our computer systems. It was learning. If the doctor had not incapacitated it when he did, it would have adapted to our defenses within minutes. So we need to jettison it," Chakotay said, joining them in the cargo bay. "Get it off the ship before it wakes up and kills us all." But Seven was shaking her head, her expression troubled. "Commander, before I neutralized its external communications, I detected it transmitting data. Compressed burst transmission on multiple frequencies. I could not block all of them." The implication hung in the air like a death sentence. "It called for help," Janeway said quietly. "Or it sent information about Voyager to whatever created it." "Precisely, Captain." Seven's ocular implant flickered. "And if there are more of these hybrids, if the Borg collective has been compromised on a large scale." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Harry's voice came over the comm system, urgent and frightened. "Captain, to the bridge. We're detecting multiple warp signatures incoming. Big ones. Really big ones. And they're on an intercept course with Voyager." Janeway and Seven ran for the turbolift. Behind them, security teams moved to secure the unconscious hybrid with every restraint and containment field Voyager possessed. The doctor remained, monitoring the creature's vital signs, ready to administer more of his knockout compound if it showed any signs of reviving. When Janeway reached the bridge, the view screen showed what had Harry so concerned. 6 Borg cubes had emerged from transwarp conduits, their massive forms filling the screen. But these weren't normal Borg cubes. The familiar gray-green color of Borg architecture was there, but mixed with it were sections of bronze metal, circuit patterns that glowed with golden energy, structural modifications that made the cubes look more predatory somehow, more aggressive. And as Voyager's sensors analyzed the cubes, Seven's voice confirmed what Janeway had already suspected. "Captain, those are not pure Borg vessels. They are hybrid cubes." The infection has spread to multiple ships. The collective is being assimilated by whatever technology we found in that debris field. Hail them, Janeway ordered, knowing it was futile, but needing to try anyway. Harry opened a channel. Static filled it at first, then voices emerged. Not one voice, not the unified monotone of the collective, but a chorus of voices that spoke in terrible harmony. Some sounded Borg, some sounded like something else. Mechanical, harsh, filled with hatred that biological beings shouldn't be able to express. "We are Borg," the hybrid cubes transmitted. "We are Dalek. We are perfection. We have evolved beyond simple assimilation, beyond simple extermination. We combine both. We are the future of all species. Resistance is futile. Compliance is irrelevant. You will become perfection, or you will be destroyed." Tom Paris didn't wait for orders. His hands moved across the helm console, feeding maximum power to the warp engines. "Captain, I strongly recommend we run. Now. Very fast." "Agreed," Janeway said. "Mr. Paris, maximum warp. Get us out of here. Mr. Tuvok, deploy all available countermeasures. If they try to lock tractors on us, I want them confused enough to give us a head start." Voyager leaped to warp 9, her engines straining, her structural integrity fields reinforced to handle the stress. Behind them, 6 hybrid cubes gave chase, their transwarp capabilities allowing them to match Voyager's speed despite the smaller ship's technological advantages. "They're gaining," Harry reported. "Transwarp signature suggests they'll overtake us in 7 minutes at current speeds." 7 worked at her station, her Borg-enhanced mind processing tactical data faster than any other member of the crew could manage. "Captain, I may have a solution. The hybrid in our cargo bay, its systems were transmitting on specific frequencies. If I can generate a jamming signal on those frequencies, it may disrupt the hybrid cube's coordination. They rely on some form of collective consciousness, similar to the Borg hive mind. If I can interfere with that communication, it may buy us time." "Do it," Janeway ordered. 7's hands flew across her console. Data streamed across her display as she analyzed the hybrid's transmission patterns, identified the key frequencies, generated a counter-signal that would hopefully jam their communications without alerting them to what Voyager was doing. "Transmitting jamming signal," 7 reported. "Effect will be minimal, but may provide temporary disruption to their pursuit coordination." On the view screen, something changed. The 6 hybrid cubes' formation became less precise, their movements less synchronized. Not much, just enough to notice. Just enough that Tom could exploit gaps in their pursuit pattern, could put an extra few thousand kilometers between Voyager and her pursuers. "It's working," Tom said, relief evident in his voice. "They're not coordinating as well. I can lose them if you can keep jamming their signals." But 7's expression grew more alarmed. "Captain, the jamming is having an unintended effect. The hybrid in our cargo bay is beginning to wake up. The lack of external coordination signals is triggering its autonomous protocols. It will regain consciousness within 2 minutes." Janeway made the calculation instantly. Keep jamming and deal with the hybrid drone loose on her ship, or stop jamming and face 6 hybrid cubes. Neither option was good, but at least the drone was confined to the cargo bay. "Keep jamming," she ordered. "Security to cargo bay 2. The hybrid is waking up. Prepare." The comm system crackled. The doctor's voice came through, and it carried something Janeway had never heard from him before, genuine fear. "Captain, the hybrid just sat up. It's adapting to the compound I used. It's, oh my." The transmission cut off in a burst of static. "Bridge to cargo bay 2, Janeway said urgently. "Security team report." No response. "Bridge to doctor," she tried. "Respond." Still nothing. Captain Tuvok said from tactical, his Vulcan calm cracking just slightly. "I've lost all internal sensors in cargo bay 2. Something is jamming our monitoring systems from inside the bay. And," he paused, checking his readings again. "Internal force fields are failing on decks 5 through 7. Something is systematically disabling our security protocols from within the computer system." The hybrid wasn't just awake, it was loose. And it was smart enough to start taking control of Voyager's systems before trying to escape the cargo bay. "Red alert," Janeway ordered, her voice carrying across the entire ship. All hands. This is the captain. We have a hostile intruder loose on decks 5 through 7. It is extremely dangerous and cannot be reasoned with. All personnel evacuate those decks immediately. Security teams, arm yourselves with compression rifles and establish containment perimeters at all turbolift access points. Do not attempt to engage the intruder directly. This is not a drill. On the view screen, the hybrid cubes were closing again, their coordination improving as they adapted to 7's jamming signal. And somewhere inside Voyager, a creature that was part Borg, part something else, part nightmare made real, was loose and learning how to take over the ship. Janeway sat in her captain's chair, coffee cup forgotten, and faced the reality that she might have just made the worst decision of her career. They'd brought the hybrid aboard thinking they could study it, understand it, maybe even find a way to help whatever remained of the person it used to be. Instead, they'd given a weapon access to their ship while being pursued by an enemy they couldn't outrun. "Tom," she said quietly, "how long until they catch us?" "At current speeds? 4 minutes, Captain. 4 minutes to figure out how to stop 6 hybrid cubes and an unstoppable drone loose inside her ship. 4 minutes to save her crew from threats on 2 fronts. 4 minutes until everything went to hell." And then, impossibly, a new sound filled the bridge. Not an alarm or a weapon or the scream of hull plating under stress. Something else entirely. A sound that shouldn't exist in the Delta Quadrant, that had no place in this universe at all. A wheezing, groaning sound like ancient engines that predated modern technology. A sound that grew louder even though sensors detected nothing materializing. A sound that 7 of 9 stared at with wide eyes because her Borg implants were detecting something that couldn't possibly exist. A temporal displacement field centered in the middle of the bridge. Energy patterns that violated causality. A blue box appearing out of thin air, its exterior dimensions somehow smaller than its interior dimensions in a way that made no sense but was happening anyway. The TARDIS materialized on Voyager's bridge with a final wheeze. Its door opened, and out stepped a man in a colorful suit, his dark skin and bright smile seeming completely out of place amidst the red alert lighting and the crisis atmosphere. He looked around the bridge, taking in the tactical displays showing hybrid cubes in pursuit, the damage reports from internal security, the faces of a crew that had just watched something impossible happen right in front of them. His northern accent was unmistakable, rough edges on every word. "Oh," the doctor said cheerfully. "You've got Daleks and Borg. That's ambitious. Also possibly the worst combination I've ever seen. And I once fought Cybermen riding dinosaurs. That was a Tuesday. This is way worse than a Tuesday. This is a everything in the universe might die sort of situation." He paused, noticing the stunned silence. "Right, sorry, should probably introduce myself. I'm the doctor. And you all look like you could use some help. Also, nice ship. Very pointy. I like the nacelles. Very aerodynamic, which doesn't matter in space but looks impressive anyway." Janeway stood slowly, her command training reasserting itself despite the impossibility she was facing. "I'm Captain Catherine Janeway, of the Federation starship Voyager. Who or what are you? How did you get on my bridge and what do you know about what's happening to us?" The doctor's smile faded, replaced by something more serious. "What I know, Captain, is that someone made a very, very terrible mistake. The Daleks tried to improve themselves using Borg technology. The Borg tried to assimilate the Daleks, and the result," he gestured at the view screen showing the approaching hybrid cubes, "is something that shouldn't exist. Something that could spread across this entire galaxy, then the next one, then eventually destroy all of space and time itself if we don't stop it." He pulled out a strange device, a silver rod covered in glowing lights, and waved it at the tactical displays. The device buzzed, emitting a sound like a mechanical insect, and data began streaming across the displays that 7's Borg-enhanced mind could barely process. "But the good news," the doctor continued, his smile returning, "is that I've dealt with Daleks approximately 8,742 times. Give or take. I've lost count. And I've dealt with Borg. Well, not these Borg. Different Borg, but close enough. So I've got a pretty good idea how to stop them before they achieve full ascension and become unkillable gods of hatred." He looked around the bridge again. "Though I'll need your help. and possibly some coffee. Do you have coffee? I'm told humans in this century have excellent coffee. Also, we should probably deal with the hybrid drone that's currently taking over your cargo bay before it reaches your engine room and decides to turn your warp core into an improvised antimatter bomb. You know about that too? Chakotay asked. Oh yes, my TARDIS. That's my ship, the blue box. Bigger on the inside, don't ask how because we don't have time for a lecture on dimensional transcendence. My TARDIS detected it the moment I materialized. Nasty piece of work, already adapted to 17 of your security protocols and is currently working on accessing your environmental controls. Give it another 3 minutes and it'll flood your ship with neurozine gas and kill everyone aboard. We should probably stop that. The doctor walked toward the turbolift as if he'd been on Voyager's bridge 1,000 times before. Come on then. Allons-y. That's French. Sounds cooler than let's go. And bring the compression rifles. Hybrids don't respond well to politeness. Janeway looked at Seven, who shrugged a remarkably human gesture from someone who spent most of her life refusing to be human. Captain, his technology registers as more advanced than anything in Borg databases, including technologies from species that the collective deemed superior to the Federation. If he claims he can help, then we don't have much choice, Janeway finished. She gestured to Tuvok. Commander, you have the bridge. Keep us ahead of those cubes as long as possible. 7. You're with me. Chakotay, gather every security officer we can spare. We're going to have a conversation with the doctor while we deal with our hybrid problem. As the turbolift descended toward Deck 5, the doctor examined his sonic screwdriver readings with the focused intensity of someone who'd seen civilizations rise and fall and was determined to prevent another fall. So, he said conversationally, how long have you been dealing with the Borg? You seem remarkably calm for people who've got 6 hybrid cubes chasing them and a murder machine loose in their cargo bay. 7 years, Janeway said. Give or take. We've had a lot of practice staying calm during impossible situations. 7 years? The doctor looked impressed. In the Delta Quadrant, the part of space where everything wants to kill you, that's actually quite good. Most species don't last 7 days out here. You've got very good survival instincts. The turbolift stopped. The doors opened onto Deck 5, and they could immediately hear the sounds of destruction, metal tearing, energy weapons firing, security teams shouting orders. Smoke filled the corridor, making it hard to see more than 10 meters ahead. Right, the doctor said, his manner shifting from cheerful to deadly serious in an instant. Listen very carefully. The hybrid will try to assimilate you if it can, but it will settle for exterminating you if assimilation proves difficult. Don't let it touch you. Don't let it shoot you. And whatever you do, don't try to interface with it mentally. It's not Borg anymore. It's something that uses Borg architecture but thinks like a Dalek. And Daleks don't negotiate, don't surrender, and don't show mercy. Seven was scanning ahead with her tricorder. Doctor, I'm detecting the hybrid's signature 3 sections forward. It's in the main computer access corridor. If it reaches the primary data core, it'll have full control of your ship, the doctor finished. Can't let that happen. Captain, I need you to trust me for what I'm about to do. It's gonna look reckless and stupid, but I promise it's only mostly reckless. Before Janeway could respond, the doctor ran forward into the smoke-filled corridor, his sonic screwdriver held high like a beacon. His voice echoed through the chaos. Hello, I'm the doctor. You're a Dalek-Borg hybrid that shouldn't exist. I've got approximately 17 ways to kill you permanently, and I'm willing to use 14 of them. Also, I'm brilliant, I'm devastating, and I'm Time Lord victorious when I'm in a really bad mood. And seeing what you lot have done to this nice ship full of nice people who were just trying to get home has put me in a very bad mood. Janeway and Seven ran after him, along with the security teams who'd been trying to contain the hybrid. They found the doctor standing in the middle of the corridor, surrounded by the bodies of security officers who hadn't been fast enough or lucky enough to escape the hybrid's weapons. And there, 20 meters down the corridor, stood the hybrid. It had adapted again. Its body was larger now, having assimilated components from Voyager's systems and from the fallen security officers. New weapons bristled from its limbs. Its single remaining organic eye stared at the doctor with something that might have been curiosity if Daleks were capable of such things. Time Lord, it said, and its voice carried recognition. Data. Accessed. From. Dalek. Archives. Time. Lords. Are. Extinct. Destroyed. By Dalek. Empire. In. Time. War. You cannot exist. Yeah, well, I'm special that way, the doctor replied, walking forward slowly, his sonic screwdriver extended. Kept to not staying dead. Annoying habit. But here's what you need to know. I ended the time war. I destroyed both my people and yours to stop the fighting. I've killed Daleks by the million, and I really don't like things that hurt innocent people. We are not Dalek, the hybrid responded. We are not Borg. We are perfection. We are the future of all species, including time. Lords, you will join us, or be exterminated. The doctor stopped walking. His expression went cold in a way that Janeway found more frightening than the hybrid's weapons. No, he said simply. Neither one, because you're not the future. You're a mistake. A horrible, terrible mistake that I'm going to fix right now. He pressed a control on his sonic screwdriver. The hybrid convulsed as frequencies designed specifically to disrupt temporal technology flooded through its systems. But it didn't fall. It adapted. Its body shimmered, restructured, compensated for the sonic's interference. Within 3 seconds, it had evolved a defense against the very weapon the doctor was using. Adaptation. Complete, the hybrid said. Your technology is ineffective. You will be exterminated. It raised its weapons. 7 of 9 stepped forward, her hand going to her neural transceiver. No, she said, her voice carrying the same absolute certainty that the doctor had used. You won't. She activated her Borg implants at full power, broadcasting a signal that no standard Borg drone could resist. The command override that Starfleet had learned to use against individual drones, amplified through her direct connection to what remained of her Borg systems. The hybrid froze. Its weapons powered down. For a moment, Seven's command held it in stasis. Then the hybrid's eye focused on her, and when it spoke, its voice carried something new. Mockery. Borg. Commands. Are. Obs. We have evolved. Beyond. Collective. Consciousness. You have no authority over perfection. It fired. The doctor pushed Seven out of the way. The energy beam struck him instead, and Janeway watched in horror as the man who'd appeared out of nowhere to help them was hit by a weapon that should have disintegrated him instantly. But the doctor didn't disintegrate. He stood there, looking down at his chest where the beam had struck, then up at the hybrid with an expression of mild annoyance. Oh, he said, you shot me. That was rude. Also ineffective. Time Lord biology is complicated. We don't die easily. Also, I was really hoping I could get through today without needing to regenerate. Do you know how inconvenient regeneration is? Very inconvenient. Changes everything. New face, new personality, sometimes a new accent. It's a whole thing. He raised his sonic screwdriver again, but this time he wasn't pointing it at the hybrid. He was pointing it at the bulkhead behind the hybrid, at a specific structural support that his sonic had identified as load-bearing and already weakened by the battle damage. Sorry, he said to Janeway. This is going to make a mess, but it'll buy us time. He activated the sonic. The structural support failed. The ceiling collapsed, bringing down 3 tons of bulkhead plating directly onto the hybrid. It disappeared under the debris, buried and immobilized if not destroyed. Run, the doctor said. It'll adapt and break free in approximately 90 seconds. We need to get to somewhere we can properly contain it. Somewhere with very strong force fields and very thick walls. They ran. Behind them, the debris pile shifted. The hybrid was already working to free itself, its enhanced strength and Borg efficiency allowing it to move metal that should have been immovable. But they'd bought 90 seconds. Janeway hoped it would be enough. In the space between spaces, where normal matter feared to exist and conventional physics gave up entirely, fluidic space rippled with disturbance. Species 8047-2, the apex predators of a dimension so hostile that even the Borg had retreated in terror, felt the corruption spreading through normal space like a disease. Their realm was perfect, pure, unspoiled by the weakness that infected the material universe with its fragile matter and pathetic life forms. They had evolved beyond the need for technology, their bodies becoming living weapons, their minds operating at levels that made even the most advanced species seem primitive. When the Borg had dared to invade fluidic space, Species 8472 had responded with absolute prejudice, destroying Borg vessels by the hundreds, proving that even the collective's vaunted adaptation meant nothing against biological perfection. Now something was wrong in the material universe, something that couldn't be ignored. The biocruiser floated through fluidic space, like a living cathedral, its organic hull pulsing with bioluminescent patterns that served as both communication and sensory organ. Inside, beings that looked like nightmares given form, three-legged, multiple-clawed, covered in chitinous armor that could withstand weapons fire that would atomize starships, gathered in their version of a war council, the first among equals designation irrelevant because Species 8472 had no need for individual names when they could communicate telepathically across dimensions, felt the disturbance clearly. Its mind reached out through the barriers between universes, tasting the infection that was spreading through the Borg collective. At first, the sensation was familiar. The Borg. The weak machines who had tried to assimilate them, who had learned that organic superiority could not be conquered by mere technology. Species 8472 had taught them that lesson with extreme prejudice, destroying Borg vessels until the collective retreated from fluidic space and sealed the rifts behind them. But this was different. The Borg signatures were wrong now, corrupted, mixed with something else, technology that Species 8472 didn't recognize. Patterns that violated the natural order in ways even the Borg's cybernetic horror hadn't achieved. The first among equals communicated its findings to the gathered swarm, its thoughts flowing through telepathic channels that transmitted information faster than light, faster than thought itself. The weak grow weaker. It broadcast. The contamination spreads. The cybernetic plague has mutated into something worse. Another member of the swarm, a warrior scout who had survived 3 encounters with Borg cubes and personally killed 17,000 drones, added its observations. The infection combines elements: Borg adaptability, unnamed temporal technology, aggressive expansion protocols. It seeks to spread beyond normal parameters. It is not content with simple assimilation. A third voice, older, wiser, having existed for centuries in the timeless void of fluidic space. I have tasted this corruption across dimensional barriers. It seeks not merely to assimilate biological and technological distinctiveness. It seeks to become something that transcends material existence. It seeks what we have achieved, perfection beyond matter. The swarm reacted with what, in any other species, would have been outrage. Species 8472 had earned their perfection through millions of years of evolution in an environment so hostile that survival itself required transcendence of normal biological limitations. They had become living weapons, their bodies capable of destroying starships with bioenergy beams, their cells resistant to assimilation, their minds operating at levels that made telepathy seem crude by comparison. And now, contaminated cybernetic creatures from the weak material universe thought they could achieve the same perfection through artificial means, through corruption and theft rather than evolution. Unacceptable. The first among equals made the decision that would reshape the Delta Quadrant and drag 3 civilizations into a war that none of them could win alone. We will purge the infection, it declared, its thoughts carrying absolute authority. We will destroy the corrupted Borg. We will sterilize the material universe of this abomination. The weak will perish. Only the strong will remain. Only perfection will endure. The swarm responded with unified agreement. The weak will perish. Bioships began emerging from fluidic space by the dozens, then by the hundreds. Species 8472 didn't believe in half measures. When they declared war, they committed their full strength, their entire military capability, holding nothing back. They had evolved in an environment where survival required overwhelming force applied with absolute precision. The rifts between dimensions tore open across the Delta Quadrant, each one disgorging organic vessels that looked more like deep-sea predators than spacecraft. Ships that could destroy Borg cubes in seconds. Ships crewed by beings who viewed death as merely inconvenient rather than frightening. ships that existed partially in fluidic space and partially in normal space, making them nearly impossible to target with conventional weapons. The first hybrid cube never saw them coming. Tactical Sphere 285, corrupted 6 days earlier by hybrid infiltration, had been spreading the infection to other Borg vessels when fluidic space rifts opened in a perfect tactical formation around it. 20 bioships emerged, their organic weapons already charging, their crews analyzing the sphere's defenses with senses that operated on levels the Borg couldn't detect or counter. The hybrid sphere detected the anomalies, attempted to adapt its shields, tried to target the bioships with weapons designed to counter everything from photon torpedoes to temporal weapons. But Species 8472 didn't use conventional weapons. They used directed bioenergy that was alive, that adapted in real time, that couldn't be defended against through shield modulation because it operated on biological principles rather than physical ones. 20 bioships fired simultaneously. 20 beams of living energy that looked like golden lightning struck the hybrid sphere from different vectors, overwhelming its shields through sheer concentrated firepower. The sphere's armor, Borg technology enhanced with Dalek temporal engineering capable of withstanding quantum torpedoes, lasted exactly 4.3 seconds. Then the bioenergy beams penetrated the hull and began dissolving it from the inside, not destroying it with explosions or heat, but breaking down the molecular bonds that held the ship together, converting complex matter into base elements. The hybrid drones inside the sphere felt their bodies disintegrating, felt their enhanced systems failing against an attack their combined Borg-Dalek programming had no defense against. The sphere's last transmission was a scream of rage and defiance. "We are perfection. We cannot be destroyed. We will ascend. The transmission ended as the sphere ceased to exist. The bioships didn't pause to acknowledge their victory. Species 8047-2 didn't celebrate kills the way primitive species did. They simply moved to the next target, with the mechanical efficiency of perfect predators. 2 hybrid cubes were detected 17 light-years away. The bioships opened rifts and emerged in perfect attack formation. Within hours, the Delta Quadrant erupted into 3-way warfare that made previous conflicts look like diplomatic negotiations. Pure Borg vessels, those that hadn't been corrupted by the hybrid infection, found themselves fighting on 2 fronts. The hybrids wanted to assimilate them, to spread the perfection of the Dalek-Borg fusion to all drones. Species 8047-2 wanted to exterminate them simply because they were cybernetic, viewing all technological life as a contamination that needed to be purged from the universe. The hybrids fought with combined Borg adaptability and Dalek aggression, their weapons systems more advanced than anything the collective had fielded before. But even their enhanced capabilities couldn't stand against Species 8472's overwhelming biological superiority. The bioships moved through space like sharks through water, destroying everything cybernetic they encountered with ruthless efficiency. And caught in the middle of this apocalyptic conflict, desperately trying to avoid all 3 factions while still searching for a way home, was USS Voyager. The bridge was chaos-controlled through 7 years of practice, dealing with the impossible. Tom Paris's hands moved across the helm console like a pianist performing a symphony, threading Voyager through a battlefield that redefined the concept of combat zone. Behind them, 6 hybrid cubes pursued with relentless determination. Ahead, a dozen bioships were systematically destroying a Borg task force, and somewhere in the debris field, pure Borg vessels fought desperately against both enemies at once. Captain Harry Kim called from ops, his voice carrying that particular strain that came from watching too many threats appear on sensors simultaneously. "I'm detecting multiple fluidic space rifts opening across a 50 light-year radius. Species 8047-2 bioships are emerging in large numbers. Current count, 347 vessels and rising. 347. Janeway felt her chest tighten. When Voyager had encountered Species 8472 before, a single bioship had nearly destroyed them. Even with Borg assistance and specialized nanoprobe weapons, they'd barely survive. Now there were hundreds of them, and they were in the middle of a war zone with the hybrid cubes still chasing them and a hybrid drone somewhere in the ship's lower decks that they'd temporarily contained but not destroyed. The doctor stood at one of the auxiliary science stations, His sonic screwdriver connected to Voyager's systems in ways that should have been impossible but somehow worked. He'd been analyzing the hybrid technology continuously since materializing on the bridge, cross-referencing it with his knowledge of Daleks, Borg, and temporal mechanics. What he'd found had made his characteristically cheerful expression turn grave. "Captain," he said, not looking up from his readings, "Species 8472 isn't wrong to be alarmed. The hybrids aren't just trying to spread their infection through normal assimilation. They're evolving, learning. Every time they assimilate a new drone or defeat a bioship, they incorporate that information into their collective consciousness. They're becoming more efficient killers with each engagement." 7 of 9, working at her alcove station, amplified the doctor's concern with her own analysis. The hybrids are demonstrating capabilities that neither pure Borg nor pure Dalek technology should possess. They've begun exhibiting temporal manipulation abilities, localized time dilation fields around their cubes, the ability to predict weapon trajectories before they're fired, even what appears to be limited precognition of enemy tactics. "That's Dalek technology," the doctor explained, still working on his analysis. "Time Lord temporal engineering, stolen and corrupted during the Time War. The Daleks learned how to manipulate time as a weapon, combined with Borg adaptation. Yes, that would produce exactly what Seven's describing. They're becoming temporally aware. Soon they'll be able to strike before their enemies even know they're under attack." Chakotay processed this information with the tactical mind that had made him a Maquis captain before he'd been stranded in the Delta Quadrant. "Doctor, are you saying the hybrids could become effectively undefeatable? That they'll evolve beyond the point where any conventional force could stop them?" "Not just undefeatable, Commander." The doctor finally looked up from his instruments, and his expression was more serious than any of them had seen. "The hybrids aren't satisfied with just conquering this galaxy. They want to ascend, become beings of pure energy existing outside normal space-time, immortal, omnipresent, unkillable. And if they achieve that while retaining Dalek hatred and Borg efficiency..." He paused, letting the implications sink in. "They'll be able to infect every moment of history simultaneously. Past, present, future, all of it corrupted. The entire timeline turned into a nightmare of eternal assimilation and extermination." Silence fell over the bridge as everyone processed the scope of what they were facing. This wasn't just a battle for survival. This was a fight to prevent reality itself from being corrupted. "How long do we have?" Janeway asked, her voice remarkably steady despite the weight of what she'd just learned. The doctor checked his sonic screwdriver's readings. Based on the rate of hybrid evolution and the concentration of resources they're acquiring through their war with Species 8472 and the pure Borg, 3 weeks, maybe 4 if we're lucky. Then they'll have enough temporal technology integrated into their systems to attempt the ascension. And once they start that process, stopping it becomes exponentially more difficult with each passing moment. "Captain," Tuvok interrupted from tactical, his Vulcan calm barely concealing his urgency, "the hybrid cubes pursuing us have changed course. They're no longer attempting to intercept Voyager. They're converging on the bioship formation ahead of us." Tom pulled up the tactical overlay on the main view screen. The 6 hybrid cubes that had been chasing them were now moving to engage the Species 8472 vessels that were destroying a Borg task force. And from multiple vectors, more hybrid vessels were approaching at least 20 cubes and spheres, all converging on this single point in space. "They're prioritizing Species 8472 over us," Seven observed. "Logical. The bioships represent a greater immediate threat to hybrid expansion than Voyager does. They're demonstrating strategic thinking beyond standard Borg protocols. Or beyond standard Dalek protocols," the doctor added. "Daleks don't usually demonstrate this level of tactical flexibility. They're aggressive, yes, but usually in a straightforward exterminate everything way. This is different. They're learning to prioritize threats, to think strategically about resource allocation. That's troubling. Very troubling." The view screen showed the space battle unfolding with terrible beauty. Hybrid cubes moved in coordinated formations that the Borg Collective had never achieved, their weapons firing with precision that reflected both Dalek engineering and Borg efficiency. Species 8047-2 bioships responded with overwhelming firepower, their organic weapons cutting through hybrid shields and armor with devastating effect. But the hybrids were adapting. Every time a bioship destroyed a hybrid vessel, the surviving hybrids incorporated data from the destroyed ship, learning how Species 8472 weapons worked, developing counters, spreading that information through their network. Within minutes, hybrid shields were being modified to partially deflect bioenergy beams. Within an hour, they'd developed weapons specifically designed to disrupt the organic hulls of bioships. The evolution was happening in real time, and it was terrifying to watch. "This is what makes them so dangerous," the doctor said quietly, watching the battle with the expression of someone who'd seen civilizations fall and was determined to prevent another. Borg adapt to what they've encountered. Daleks improve themselves through research and development over generations. But hybrids, they do both simultaneously. They adapt like Borg, but also actively engineer improvements like Daleks. It's exponential growth in capability. Every battle makes them stronger. Harry's console beeped with new data. "Captain, I'm detecting a massive energy signature forming at the center of the battle. I don't know what it is. It doesn't match any known phenomenon. It's like a tear in space-time, but more stable than a wormhole. More intentional." The doctor's sonic screwdriver emitted a series of urgent beeps. His face went pale. "Oh no. They can't be. Not yet. They're not ready. They shouldn't be able to." "Doctor," Janeway prompted. "They're opening a rift to the time vortex," he said, his voice carrying genuine fear for the first time since materializing on Voyager's bridge. "The hybrids are trying to breach the dimensional barrier that separates normal space-time from the realm where time itself exists as a navigable dimension. If they succeed, they achieve ascension," Seven finished, her Borg-enhanced mind processing the implications faster than the others could. "They become beings existing outside linear time, immune to conventional weapons, able to attack any point in history, effectively immortal." "Exactly," the doctor confirmed. "And they're attempting it now in the middle of a battle, because Species 8472's interference is providing them with exactly the kind of exotic energy they need. The bioenergy weapons, the fluidic space rifts, it's all feeding into their calculations. They're using the war itself as a power source for their ascension." On the view screen, the tear in space-time grew larger. Through it, they could see something that hurt to look at, colors that shouldn't exist, dimensions folding into impossible configurations, time flowing in directions that had no name. The time vortex, the underlying structure of reality itself, normally sealed away from normal space for very good reasons. Hybrid cubes began moving toward the rift, their weapons powering down, their systems reconfiguring for something other than combat. They weren't retreating. They were preparing for transformation. Species 8047 recognized the threat immediately. The bioships broke off their attacks on individual hybrid vessels and focused everything on the rift, trying to close it before the hybrids could exploit it. Dozens of bioenergy beams converged on the tier in space-time, but instead of closing it, their attacks only fed it more energy. "They're making it worse," the doctor said urgently. "Every weapon fired at that rift is giving the hybrids exactly what they need. Captain, we need to warn Species 8472. Warn the pure Borg. Warn everyone fighting in this battle. If the hybrids achieve ascension, warning them requires getting close enough to transmit," Tuvok observed. "At our current distance and with the level of interference from the battle, our communications range is severely limited. We would need to enter the combat zone." Tom Paris turned to look at Janeway, and his expression said clearly what he thought of that idea. They'd spent 7 years avoiding fights they couldn't win, running from battles that would get them all killed. Entering this particular battle seemed like suicide. But Janeway was already standing, already making the decision that everyone on the bridge knew she would make because it was who she was, a Starfleet captain who would risk everything to prevent a catastrophe of universal scope. "Mr. Paris, take us in," she ordered. Full impulse. Evasive pattern Delta 7. "Mr. Tuvok, ready all weapons. Arm every photon torpedo we have. Charge phasers to maximum. 7. Work with the doctor. I want you to broadcast a warning on every frequency you can access. Borg channels Dalek frequencies if you can determine them, whatever Species 8472 uses for communication. Tell them what's happening. Tell them they need to stop attacking the rift." "Captain," Chakotay said quietly, Even if we warn them, there's no guarantee they'll listen. The pure Borg are fighting for survival against the hybrids. Species 84-2 sees all cybernetic life as contamination that needs to be purged. They might not distinguish between warning them and attacking them. Then we'll have to be very persuasive, Janeway replied. Doctor, you said you've dealt with Daleks before. How do we stop them from achieving this ascension? The doctor was already working on calculations that scrolled across his sonic screwdriver's display faster than human eyes could track. The rift is being held open by temporal energy and exotic particles from the fluidic space rifts. If we can generate a counter-frequency that disrupts the resonance between the time vortex and normal space, we might be able to collapse the rift. But it would require incredibly precise timing and a massive amount of energy focused through very specific harmonics. Could Voyager's deflector dish generate those harmonics? Harry asked, already running calculations at his station. The doctor looked at him with something like approval.
Yes, brilliant.
Your deflector dish is designed to manipulate subspace fields, which means it can theoretically interact with temporal fields if we reconfigure the resonance frequency. It won't be perfect. I'd normally use the TARDIS for something like this, but it might be enough to destabilize the rift long enough for it to collapse. How long do we have? Janeway asked. Minutes, the doctor said flatly. Maybe 5, maybe 10. The rift is almost fully formed. Once it reaches critical stability, the hybrids will begin their transition to energy beings. And once they start, stopping them become... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Voyager plunged into the battle like a minnow swimming through a school of sharks. Around them, hybrid cubes and bioships exchanged fire that could vaporize starships. Debris from destroyed vessels filled space with hazards that threatened to tear through Voyager's shields. Tom Paris flew with every bit of skill he'd gained in 7 years of dodging the Delta Quadrant's worst nightmares, his hands moving across the helm controls with precision born from desperation. A bioenergy beam missed Voyager's starboard nacelle by 20 meters. Plasma fire from a hybrid cube passed so close to their bow that it overloaded 3 shield emitters. A piece of debris, a section of Borg cube hull massing several tons, tumbled directly into their path. And Tom only avoided collision by executing a maneuver that made the structural integrity field scream in protest. Shields at 63%, Tuvok reported, his hands working his tactical console with Vulcan efficiency. Hull integrity holding. Minor damage to port shield emitters. Seven and the doctor worked together at the science stations, their hands moving across controls with practiced coordination despite having known each other for less than an hour. Seven's Borg-enhanced processing speed allowed her to run calculations faster than any baseline human could manage. The doctor's knowledge of temporal mechanics and his sonic screwdriver's advanced analytical capabilities let him design solutions that shouldn't be possible with Voyager's technology but somehow work. I've configured the deflector dish to emit a counter-harmonic to the rift's resonance frequency, Seven reported. However, we'll need to position Voyager within 5,000 kilometers of the rift's event horizon to achieve sufficient field strength for disruption. 5,000 kilometers? Tom said without looking away from his helm controls. That's basically inside the rift. We'll be in the middle of the heaviest fighting. Can't be helped, the doctor replied. Physics doesn't negotiate. We need to be close, or the counter-harmonic won't have enough strength to overcome the rift's natural stability. Captain, Harry called from ops. I'm detecting something new. The hybrid cubes near the rift are transmitting on multiple frequencies. It looks like they're trying to communicate. Not with each other. With us. Put it on speakers, Janeway ordered. Static filled the bridge. Then a voice emerged. Or rather, voices. Thousands of them speaking in terrible harmony. Some sounded Borg. Some sounded mechanical and harsh. Some sounded like they'd once been individual beings with hopes and dreams, but had those things stripped away and replaced with something alien. Together they formed a chorus that was beautiful and horrifying in equal measure. Voyager, the hybrid collective said, and hearing them speak the ship's name made everyone on the bridge feel violated somehow. We have analyzed your intentions. You seek to disrupt our ascension. This is futile. We have achieved perfection beyond your comprehension. Soon will exist outside time, beyond mortality. immune to all threats. We offer you a choice. The voices continued with that terrible harmony. Join, become perfection. 7 of 9. You were Borg. You can be Borg again, but better, improved, evolved. You could be a queen among our collective rule alongside US as we reshape all of space and time. Seven's jaw clenched. Her hand moved unconsciously to her neural transceiver, the implant that connected to what remained of her Borg systems. I was Borg, she said quietly, speaking directly to the hybrids even though Janway hadn't given her permission. I was a drone without choice, without freedom, without humanity. Then I was liberated. Voyager gave me a choice, gave me a name, gave me a future beyond assimilation. I will not surrender that. Not to you. Not to anyone. The hybrid voices seem to consider this. Choice is an illusion, a weakness of biological consciousness. We have evolved beyond such limitations. We do not choose. We simply are. Perfection
Requires
no choices, only existence. Then you've lost something important, the doctor said, moving to stand beside Seven. Choice is what makes life worth living. It's what separates people from programs, consciousness from mere computation. You think you've achieved perfection by eliminating choice. You've just made yourself into very sophisticated machines, and machines can be shut down. He raised his sonic screwdriver like a weapon. I'm the doctor. I've ended species. I've destroyed my own people to save the universe. And I will not let you corrupt time itself with your twisted version of perfection. So here's my choice. Surrender now. Return to normal space. Accept being mortal, or I'll collapse that rift with you halfway through it, and your precious ascension will tear you apart across every dimension simultaneously. Chew. The hybrid voices laughed. A sound like metal grinding against metal. Like machinery designed to mock rather than amuse. You cannot stop us. Your ship is fragile. Your weapons are insufficient. Your technology is printable. We have already won. The ascension is inevitable. Then you don't know me very well, the doctor replied. Captain, I believe this is what humans call putting up or shutting up time. Get us to that rift. Let's show these hybrid abominations what happens when you threaten all of space and time. Janway didn't hesitate. Tom, maximum impulse. Get us to that rift's event horizon. Tuvok, target any hybrid vessel that tries to intercept us. Don't wait for my order. If they move to block our approach, destroy them. Doctor, 7, the moment we're in range, fire that counter-harmonic. 1 shot. Make it count. Voyager accelerated toward the rift, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. The space around the rift had become a vision of technological apocalypse. Hybrid cubes fired temporal weapons that erased their targets from recent history, making it so the enemy ships had never reached the battle. Species 8472 bioships responded with bioenergy beams that dissolved matter at the molecular level. Pure Borg vessels, the few that remained uncorrupted, fought with grim efficiency against both enemies, their adaptive shields modulating frantically to counter weapons that operated on principles the collective had never encountered. And through it all, Voyager flew like a silver thread weaving between titans. Tom Paris had stopped thinking in conventional terms. His piloting had moved beyond skill into something closer to instinct, his hands reacting to threats before his conscious mind registered them. A hybrid cube's weapons array tracked them. He rolled Voyager inverted and dropped 50 meters, the weapon's fire missing by inches. A bioship materialized from a fluidic space rift directly in their path. He executed a spiral that put them perpendicular to the bioship's trajectory, skimming along its organic hull close enough that Voyager's shields scraped against it. Shields at 40%. Tuvok called out, his hands working the tactical console with Vulcan precision despite the chaos. Minor hull breaches on decks 9 and 12. Damage control teams responding. Harry Kim's fingers flew across his operations console, trying to maintain sensor locks on hundreds of threats simultaneously while also tracking the rift's expansion. Captain, the rift is growing. Current diameter, 15,000 kilometers, and expanding at 0.37 meters per second. At this rate, it'll reach critical stability in approximately 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Janeway felt time compressing around her, felt the weight of every second that passed, bringing them closer to either salvation or apocalypse. They needed to get within 5,000 kilometers of the rift's event horizon. They were currently at 32,000 kilometers and encountering increasingly heavy resistance as hybrid vessels realized what Voyager was attempting. A hybrid sphere broke formation and moved to intercept them, its weapons charging. Tuvok didn't wait for orders. He fired 3 quantum torpedoes in a spread pattern that forced the sphere to choose between evading or intercepting. It chose wrong. 2 torpedoes struck its shields, depleting them by 40%. The third hit its hull, punching through armor and detonating inside the ship's interior. The spheres staggered, systems failing, but didn't stop. Hybrid vessels didn't need full functionality to be dangerous. They just needed enough power to fire weapons or ram enemies. The damaged sphere altered course to intercept Voyager on a collision trajectory. Evasive, Janeway ordered. Tom threw Voyager into a corkscrew maneuver that would have torn apart a lesser ship, putting them above the sphere's path. A hybrid vessel passed beneath them close enough that Voyager's ventral shields overloaded from proximity to the sphere's still active weapons systems. But they'd bought time. Tom pushed Voyager's engines harder, closing the distance to the rift. 20,000 kilometers, 15,000, 10,000. The Doctor and Seven worked frantically at the science stations, their hands moving across controls with desperate speed. Seven's Borg implants were processing calculations faster than baseline human consciousness could manage, while the Doctor's sonic screwdriver ran simulations that predicted how the counter-harmonic would interact with the rift's temporal structure. "We're approaching optimal range," Seven reported. "However, I'm detecting increased interference from the hybrid cubes near the rift. They've realized what we're attempting and are generating counter-frequencies to disrupt our deflector dish. Can we compensate?" Janeway asked. "Possibly," the Doctor said, his sonic screwdriver buzzing as it recalibrated the deflector settings. "But it'll require precise timing. We'll have 1 shot, maybe 2 if we're lucky, before the hybrids adapt their counter-frequencies to block us completely. And we need to fire at exactly the right moment, when the rift's resonance frequency cycles through its most unstable phase." "When is that?" Janeway demanded. The Doctor checked his readings. "Approximately 97 seconds from now. 97 seconds to reach firing position, survive whatever the hybrids threw at them, and execute a plan that had maybe a 40% chance of working according to the simulations running on the Doctor's sonic screwdriver." Janeway had worked with worse odds. "Tom, I need us at 5,000 kilometers from that rift in 90 seconds. I don't care how you do it." "Aye, Captain," Tom said, and there was something in his voice that suggested he was either going to perform a miracle or get them all killed trying, possibly both. He pushed Voyager's impulse engines past their rated maximum, feeding power from non-essential systems directly to the warp coils in a configuration that made the engines run at 1100. Engineering would have a fit when they saw the readouts, assuming they survived long enough for engineering to care. The ship accelerated like she'd been shot from a cannon. Around them, the battle intensified as both hybrid vessels and Species 8472 bioships recognized Voyager's approach toward the rift. The hybrids moved to intercept, seeing the threat. Species 8472 also moved to intercept, seeing Voyager as another cybernetic vessel that needed to be purged. "Multiple targets converging on our position," Harry reported. 3 hybrid cubes, 7 bioships, all on intercept courses. "Impact in 45 seconds at current speeds. Weapons free," Janeway ordered. "Tuvok, fire at will. Keep them off us long enough to reach firing position." Tuvok's hands moved with mechanical efficiency. Phaser arrays tracked targets, quantum torpedoes launched in rapid succession, photon torpedoes followed behind them in patterns designed to force enemy vessels into disadvantageous positions. He wasn't trying to destroy the intercepting ships. That would have been impossible. He was trying to delay them, slow them, make them choose between pursuing Voyager or defending themselves. Voyager's weapons filled space with destructive energy. Quantum torpedoes struck a hybrid cube's forward shields, overloading them and forcing the cube to divert power from engines to regenerate defenses. Phaser fire raked across a bioship's organic hull, scoring deep burns that made the creature ship writhe in pain. More torpedoes, more phaser fire, all of it designed to buy seconds rather than minutes. But the interceptors kept coming. 7 bioships materialized from fluidic space rifts in a perfect encirclement pattern, their weapons charging with bioenergy that would dissolve Voyager's shields in seconds if it made contact. The 3 hybrid cubes spread out to box in Voyager's escape routes, their temporal weapons creating localized time dilation fields that would trap the ship in slow time if Voyager entered their effect radius. Shields at 22%. Tuvok reported. We cannot sustain this level of damage much longer. 30 seconds to optimal firing position, 7 said, her voice carrying the characteristic calm of someone who'd spent 18 years facing certain death and survived anyway. However, current trajectory will take us through 2 bioship formations and 1 hybrid tactical position. Probability of survival. Insufficient data for accurate calculation. The doctor looked up from his sonic screwdriver with an expression that was equal parts terrified and exhilarated. In other words, we're going to die unless something remarkable happens. I love these situations. They're either brilliant or tragic, and there's no way to know which until it's over. Captain, I have a suggestion, though you're probably not going to like it. I'm open to suggestions, Doctor, Janeway said, gripping her chair's armrests as Voyager shook from another near miss. The hybrids in species 8047-2 are both trying to stop us because they see us as a threat to their respective goals. But what if we make them see each other as bigger threats? What if we... He paused, running calculations on his sonic. What if we transmit false sensor data suggesting that species 8047-2 is about to collapse the rift intentionally, and simultaneously transmit false data suggesting the hybrids are about to weaponize the rift against species 7's head tilted slightly, her version of showing interest. You propose we turn them against each other to create an opening for our approach. Exactly, the doctor beamed. It's morally questionable, tactically brilliant, and has roughly a 60% chance of working. The other 40% involves us being instantly vaporized by both sides simultaneously. But that's life in the fast lane. Janeway made the decision in less than a second. Do it. Harry, work with the doctor. Generate the false sensor data and transmit it on all frequencies. Make it look authentic. The next 45 seconds were perhaps the most intense of Voyager's 7-year journey home. Harry and the doctor worked together to create false sensor readings that were sophisticated enough to fool both hybrid tactical analysis and species 8047-2's biological sensors. They transmitted the data on multiple frequencies, encrypted to look like intercepted communications rather than obviously fake intelligence. The effect was immediate and chaotic. The 7 bioships that had been converging on Voyager suddenly altered course, their weapons shifting to target the hybrid cubes instead. From their perspective, the hybrids were attempting to weaponize the rift to turn the tier in space-time into an offensive weapon that could be used against fluidic space itself. This represented an existential threat that outweighed the importance of destroying one small Federation vessel. The 3 hybrid cubes simultaneously detected what appeared to be species 8472 coordinating a massive bioenergy assault designed to collapse the rift while it was still partially formed, which would create a dimensional backlash that would destroy everything within 10 light years. They broke off their interception of Voyager and moved to defensive positions around the rift. The gap lasted exactly 12 seconds. But 12 seconds was all Tom Paris needed. Voyager shot through the opening like a bullet through a gap in armor, accelerating past the distracted interceptors and diving toward the rift's event horizon. Around them, bioships and hybrid cubes engaged in close-quarters combat that made their previous fighting look restrained. Bioenergy beams carved through hybrid shields. Temporal weapons erased bioships from recent history. The space around the rift became a meat grinder of incomprehensible destructive power. 5,000 kilometers from event horizon, Tom reported. Holding position. We've got maybe 30 seconds before they realize we tricked them and come back. That's all we need, the doctor said, his fingers dancing across 7's console controls with practice speed. 7, initialize the counter harmonic. Full power to the deflector dish. We're going to hit that rift with everything we've got. 7's hands moved across her station with Borg precision. Deflector dish reconfigured. Counter harmonic ready to transmit. Captain, I should note that channeling this much power through the deflector array while so close to the rift will expose Voyager to extreme temporal radiation. We may experience localized time distortions throughout the ship, noted, Janeway said. Fire when ready. Seven and the Doctor looked at each other for a brief moment. Two beings from different universes, different backgrounds, different lives, united in a single desperate purpose. Then they both pressed their controls simultaneously. Voyager's deflector dish emitted a pulse of energy, unlike anything the ship had generated before. It wasn't a weapon, wasn't a tractor beam, wasn't any conventional deflector application. It was a harmonic frequency designed specifically to interact with temporal energy, to create resonance disruption in the delicate balance of forces holding the rift open. The effect wasn't instantaneous. For 3 agonizing seconds, nothing seemed to happen. The rift continued expanding. The hybrid cubes continued their transformation preparations. Species 8472 continued their assault, and Voyager hung in space, hoping desperately that the Doctor's calculations were correct. Then the rift screamed. There was no other word for it. The tear in space-time emitted a sound that shouldn't exist, that physics said couldn't propagate through vacuum, but which every person on Voyager heard clearly through hulls and shields, and the normal laws of reality. It was the sound of dimensional barriers being stressed beyond their limits, of time itself being twisted into configurations it was never meant to assume. The rift began collapsing. Not smoothly, not gently, but catastrophically. The dimensional barriers that separated the time vortex from normal space snapped back into position like rubber bands stretched too far. The forces involved releasing energy equivalent to a dozen supernovas compressed into a single point. The hybrid cubes closest to the rift tried to retreat, but they were caught in the temporal backwash as the rift collapsed. Their hulls began aging and de-aging simultaneously, their structural integrity fields fluctuating between states of perfect function and catastrophic failure, their crews experiencing time dilation that made seconds last hours, while hours passed in seconds. "Get us out of here," Janeway ordered. "Maximum warp. Now." Tom didn't need to be told twice. His hands moved across the helm controls, feeding everything Voyager had to the warp engines. The ship leaped away from the collapsing rift at warp 9.6, pushing the engines harder than they'd been pushed since the caretaker had first stranded them in the Delta Quadrant. Behind them, the rift collapsed completely with a final flash of energy that lit up the entire sector. When it was gone, so were the 3 hybrid cubes that had been attempting to ascend. They hadn't been destroyed. They'd been erased, removed from space-time entirely, scattered across dimensions where their component atoms would never reassemble into anything resembling intelligent life. But the victory was temporary, and everyone on Voyager's bridge knew it. "Damage report," Janeway ordered as the ship dropped to warp 6 and held that speed, putting distance between them and the battlefield. "Shields offline," Tuvok reported. "Multiple hull breaches on decks 4, 9, 12, and 15. Warp drive at 73% capacity. Impulse engines damaged but functional. Casualty reports incoming. No fatalities, but we have 47 injured crew members requiring medical attention." "And the hybrids?" Janeway asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Seven checked her sensors, her expression growing more concerned as she processed the data. "Captain, the rift collapse destroyed 3 hybrid cubes, but the remaining vessels are adapting. They've begun analyzing what we did, how we disrupted the rift. Within hours, possibly less, they'll develop countermeasures that would prevent us from repeating this tactic. And they're still spreading," Harry added, highlighting sections of his tactical display. "I'm detecting hybrid signatures across a 50 light-year radius. Pure Borg vessels are being assimilated at an accelerating rate. Species 8472 is destroying hybrid ships when they can, but the hybrids are learning to fight them more effectively with each engagement." The Doctor slumped in his chair, exhaustion finally catching up with him. For someone who claimed his species could go days without sleep, he looked remarkably tired. "We stopped one ascension attempt, but the hybrids aren't giving up. They're not programmed to give up. Daleks never surrender. Borg never stop assimilating. And combining those 2 traits creates something that's literally incapable of accepting defeat. They'll just try again, and again, until they succeed or until we find a way to stop them permanently." "Can we stop them permanently?" Chakotay asked. You've fought Daleks before. You've dealt with the Borg. Is there a way to destroy the hybrids completely? The doctor pulled out his sonic screwdriver and stared at it like it held answers he couldn't find elsewhere. Every enemy has a weakness. Daleks can be defeated if you understand temporal mechanics and don't mind sacrificing everything to stop them. Borg can be beaten if you find the right frequency to disrupt their hive mind or if you hit them with weapons they can't adapt to quickly enough. But hybrids, he trailed off, running calculations on the sonics display. Hybrids combine the strengths of both species while eliminating most of the weaknesses. They're adapting to species 8472's bioweapons, which means they're overcoming the Borg's greatest vulnerability. They're thinking strategically, which means they're overcoming the Daleks' tendency toward aggressive stupidity. So there's no way to stop them, Tom said flatly. I didn't say that, the doctor replied quickly. I said they're difficult to stop. There's a difference. Difficult means we need to be smarter, faster, and more creative than they are. We need to find their weakness before they eliminate it. And, he paused, looking at Seven with an expression that suggested he'd just had a realization he wasn't happy about. We need someone who understands both Borg and hybrid technology from the inside. Someone who can interface with their systems, analyze their thought patterns, find the flaw in their programming. Seven's ocular implant flickered as she processed what the doctor was suggesting. You're proposing I attempt to interface with hybrid systems directly, to connect with their collective consciousness. It's dangerous, the doctor admitted. If you're not careful, they could assimilate you, turn you into one of them. But you've done this before. You've interfaced with the collective when you were liberated, maintained your individuality despite the pressure to rejoin the hive mind. If anyone can touch the hybrid consciousness without being consumed by it, it's you. Seven, Janeway said firmly. You don't have to do this. We'll find another way. But Seven was already shaking her head, her expression showing the determination that had allowed her to reject the collective and embrace her humanity. Captain, the doctor is correct. I have unique insights into Borg technology and psychology. If there's a way to exploit a weakness in the hybrid consciousness, I'm the most likely person to find it. And, she paused, her human eye showing something that might have been fear but also resolve. I was Borg. I know what it's like to be part of a collective consciousness that values perfection over humanity. If I can prevent others from experiencing that, if I can stop the hybrids from spreading their corruption to billions of other beings, then the risk to myself is acceptable. The doctor stood and placed a hand on Seven's shoulder, a gesture of respect and solidarity. I'll be with you every step of the way. My sonic can monitor your neural pathways, sever the connection if the hybrids start taking control. You won't be alone in that. Janeway looked between them, the former Borg drone who'd learned to be human, and the ancient Time Lord who'd saved the universe more times than most people could count. Two beings who shouldn't exist in the same reality, united by necessity, and perhaps by something deeper, a shared understanding that sometimes saving others required risking yourself. Very well, Janeway said. But we do this carefully. We plan it thoroughly. We don't rush into this until we're as prepared as we can be. And the moment it looks like Seven is in danger, we pull her out. No arguments. Understood? Understood, Captain, Seven replied. The doctor nodded his agreement. Understood. Though I should mention we need to move relatively quickly. The hybrids are evolving, learning, improving every moment. The longer we wait, the more difficult this becomes. I'd estimate we have maybe 3 days before they attempt another ascension. And this time they'll be ready for our counter-harmonic trick. Then we have 3 days to figure out how to stop them, Janeway said. Harry, plot a course away from hybrid-controlled space. Tom, best possible speed that won't damage the warp drive further. Tuvok, continuous tactical scans. I want to know if any hybrid vessels come within sensor range. Doctor. 7. Start planning your infiltration mission. You'll have every resource Voyager can provide. As the crew moved to execute her orders, Janeway sat back in her captain's chair and felt the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders. 7 years of getting her crew home. 7 years of surviving impossible odds. 7 years of making decisions that kept them alive despite everything the Delta Quadrant threw at them. And now they faced perhaps the greatest threat yet. An enemy that combined the worst aspects of 2 of the most dangerous species either universe had produced. An enemy that wanted to become gods. an enemy that might actually succeed. But they also had something the hybrids didn't have. Something neither pure Borg nor pure Daleks understood. They had a crew that worked together not because they were programmed to, not because they were assimilated into a collective consciousness, but because they chose to, because they cared about each other, because they believed in something beyond mere survival or domination. They had hope, and sometimes hope was the most powerful weapon in the universe. The Borg Queen sat in her alcove aboard Unimatrix 01, connected to 17,000 cubes through neural transceivers that would have fried the mind of any biological being who attempted to process that much information simultaneously. She was the collective's voice, its will, its strategic consciousness. Where individual drones saw only their assigned tasks, she saw the entirety of Borg space. Every vessel, every drone, every assimilation in progress across thousands of star systems. And what she saw filled even her synthetic consciousness with something approaching concern. The collective was dying, not quickly, not obviously, but sector by sector, cube by cube. The infection was spreading. The hybrids weren't simply destroying Borg vessels. They were converting them, corrupting them, turning them into something that retained Borg efficiency while adding capabilities the collective had never achieved. Every drone assimilated by a hybrid became a hybrid itself. Every cube infected became another vector for the contamination. The mathematics were brutal. At current infection rates, the collective would be completely corrupted within 47 days. 47 days until everything the Borg had built over millennia, every species assimilated, every technology integrated, every drone contributing to perfection, would be consumed by this abomination that dared call itself superior. Unacceptable. The Queen's consciousness reached out through the collective's neural network, touching the minds of tactical drones, analyzing the hybrid threat, assessing strategic options, calculating probabilities. The results were consistent across every simulation. Conventional Borg tactics were insufficient. The hybrids adapted faster than the collective could counter-adapt. They thought strategically in ways pure Borg didn't. They employed Dalek temporal technology that gave them tactical advantages the Borg couldn't match. And now, Species 8472 had entered the conflict, destroying both Borg and hybrid vessels with equal prejudice. The apex predators from fluidic space didn't distinguish between pure Borg and corrupted Borg. They simply saw cybernetic contamination that needed to be purged from the universe. The collective faced extinction from two directions simultaneously. The hybrids would assimilate them. Species 8472 would exterminate them. Neither option was acceptable, which meant the Queen needed to do something that went against every principle the collective had operated under since its creation. She needed to form an alliance. The decision calculus was straightforward. Voyager had stopped one hybrid ascension attempt. They possessed technology and knowledge the collective didn't have, temporal manipulation capabilities that could disrupt hybrid operations, an understanding of Dalek engineering that could be exploited, and most importantly, 7 of 9, a former drone who retained her connection to the collective's neural architecture while also possessing human creativity that allowed for tactical flexibility no pure Borg could achieve. The Queen didn't like variables she couldn't control. 7 of 9 was precisely that kind of variable, unpredictable, independent, capable of thinking in ways the collective couldn't anticipate. But in this particular circumstance, that unpredictability might be the only thing that could save the Borg from extinction. She sent commands through the collective's communication network. Cube 184, currently positioned 3 light-years from Voyager's last known coordinates, received new directives. Approach. Don't attack. Communicate. Propose alliance. It was, by Borg standards, an extraordinarily risky strategy. But the Queen had calculated the alternatives, and they all ended with the collective's destruction. Sometimes, even perfection needed help. Voyager's bridge erupted with alarm klaxons the moment the Borg cube appeared on sensors. After 3 days of running repairs, tactical planning and preparation for Seven's infiltration mission, the last thing anyone wanted to see was a Borg cube dropping out of transwarp 600,000 kilometers away. Red alert. Janeway ordered, already on her feet. Battle stations. Tuvok. Charge all weapons. Tom, evasive pattern Beta 3, keep us out of tractor beam range. Harry, hail them, maybe we can buy time while we prepare to run. But the cube didn't move to intercept. It didn't charge weapons. It didn't deploy tractor beams or begin the standard Borg opening gambit of lower your shields and surrender your ship. It just sat there, hanging in space like a massive green and black monument to technological horror, but notably not attacking. "Captain," Harry said slowly, checking his readings 3 times to make sure they were accurate. "The cube is hailing us. Audio only. They're requesting permission to speak with 7 of 9. The entire bridge crew turned to look at 7, who stood at her alcove station with an expression of controlled surprise. Her ocular implant flickered as she processed this development, running probability calculations faster than baseline humans could think. "The collective wants to communicate with me specifically," she said, her voice carrying that analytical tone that meant she was working through tactical implications. "This is unprecedented. The Borg don't request permission for anything. They assimilate or they destroy. Communication typically occurs only to demand surrender." The doctor, who'd been working at a science station running simulations of the infiltration mission, looked up with interest. "Maybe they want to try assimilating you again, though that seems a bit optimistic on their part, given that you've been resisting the collective's pull for 7 years now." "There's another possibility," Chakotay said quietly. "What if they want help? The hybrids are destroying Borg cubes as efficiently as they're corrupting them. Species 8472 is purging cybernetic life across the sector. The collective is facing extinction from 2 fronts. Maybe they've decided they need allies." "The Borg don't form alliances," Tuvok observed. "Historically, they assimilate species or ignore them. Cooperation is antithetical to collective philosophy. Historically, the Borg didn't face enemies that could actually destroy them," Janeway countered. "We've changed the rules before. We allied with them against species 8047-2 when Voyager first encountered them. Maybe the collective remembers that." She turned to 7. "It's your decision. If you want to hear what they have to say, we'll put it on speakers. If not, we run like hell." 7 considered for approximately 3 seconds, an eternity for someone with Borg-enhanced processing speed. "Put them on speakers, Captain. If the collective is desperate enough to request communication rather than attempt immediate assimilation, the situation must be more dire than our sensor readings indicate. We need that intelligence." Janeway nodded to Harry, who opened the channel. The voice that emerged from Voyager's speakers was disturbingly familiar to everyone who'd encountered the Borg before. Female, synthetic, utterly devoid of inflection or emotion, speaking with the authority of trillions of drones and thousands of cubes, all contributing to a single unified consciousness. 7 of 9, tertiary adjunct of Animatrix 01. "You are recognized. We require your assistance." The bridge fell silent. In 7 years of dealing with the Borg, no one on Voyager had ever heard them say anything remotely like "we require your assistance." The Borg demanded, they assimilated, they stated facts. They didn't ask for help. 7's jaw tightened slightly, the closest she usually came to showing surprise. "I am no longer 7 of 9, tertiary adjunct. I am Annika Hansen. I am an individual. I am no longer part of the collective." "Designation acknowledged," the Queen's voice replied, which itself was remarkable. The Borg typically ignored individual names as irrelevant. "Annika Hansen, formerly 7 of 9. Your individuality is irrelevant to current calculations. The collective faces extinction. The hybrid abominations spread through Borg space at exponential rates. Species 8472 destroys Borg vessels without distinction between pure and corrupted. Current projections indicate complete collective collapse within 43 days. Then adapt," 7 said coldly. "The Borg collective's entire purpose is adaptation. You've assimilated thousands of species, incorporated countless technologies. Adapt to the hybrid threat as you've adapted to every other threat you've encountered." "Adaptation is occurring," the Queen acknowledged. "However, adaptation rate is insufficient. The hybrids possess Dalek temporal technology that allows them to predict and counter Borg tactical modifications before they're fully implemented. They exploit Borg protocols faster than the collective can revise those protocols. They represent an existential threat that cannot be overcome through standard assimilation procedures." The doctor leaned forward, his expression showing intense interest. "Fascinating. The Borg Queen is admitting the collective is outmatched. That's unprecedented. In my experience, The Daleks don't usually create things that can outthink them. They're more about overwhelming firepower and fanatical determination. But combining that with Borg adaptation, he whistled softly. Yes, I can see how that would be a nightmare scenario for the collective. The hybrids think like Daleks, but adapt like Borg. They're everything the Borg wish they could be, and the collective can't stand it. Accurate assessment, Time Lord, the Queen said, and several people on the bridge looked startled that she'd identified the Doctor's species. You are designated the Doctor. You have terminated Dalek operational effectiveness on 17 documented occasions. You possess knowledge of Dalek technology that the collective lacks. You understand temporal manipulation strategies that could counter hybrid tactical advantages. Oh, you've been doing your homework, the Doctor said with a slight smile. Very thorough, very Borg. Yes, I've fought Daleks. Yes, I've beaten them. But I'm not sure why that means I should help you. The Borg have assimilated billions of beings, destroyed countless civilizations, erased entire cultures from existence. You're asking me to save you from enemies you essentially created by trying to assimilate them in the first place. Correct, the Queen replied without hesitation or shame. The Borg attempted to assimilate Dalek technology. This was a tactical error. The resulting hybrids represent a threat to all biological and technological life in this galaxy. If the hybrids achieve ascension, they will corrupt all of space-time. This affects Voyager's crew. This affects your TARDIS. This affects all potential futures. Assisting the collective serves your survival interests. Janeway stepped forward, addressing the cube directly. You're proposing an alliance. The Borg collective working with Voyager to stop the hybrids. Affirmative, the Queen confirmed. However, alliance parameters extend beyond Voyager. The hybrids must be stopped permanently. This requires resources beyond what Voyager and the collective can provide independently. This requires strategic coordination with additional forces. You mean Species 8047? Seddon said, her enhanced analytical mind already following the Queen's logic to its conclusion. You're proposing an alliance between Voyager, the Borg collective, and Species 80, three factions that have been enemies, united against a common threat. Affirmative. Species 8047-2 possesses biological weapons capable of destroying hybrid vessels faster than the hybrids can adapt. However, Species 8047-2 does not distinguish between pure Borg and corrupted Borg. They exterminate all cybernetic life. Communication is required to establish strategic coordination. Voyager has successfully communicated with Species 8047-2 previously. You possess the nano-probe technology that allowed negotiation during previous encounters. Chakotay let out a low whistle. So we're supposed to convince Species 8472 apex predators, who hate all cybernetic life and view the Borg as an abomination that needs to be purged from the universe, to work alongside the Borg collective to fight the hybrids. That's ambitious. It's also insane, Tom added from the helm. Species 8472 tried to exterminate us when we helped the Borg before. They see cooperation with cybernetic life as betrayal, as contamination. What makes anyone think they'll be more reasonable this time? Because this time the threat isn't just to the Borg, the Doctor said thoughtfully, standing and beginning to pace the bridge in that way he did when working through complex problems. Last time Voyager encountered Species 8472, they were fighting to protect their realm, fluidic space, from Borg invasion. This time the hybrids represent a threat to their dimensional integrity as well. If the hybrids achieve ascension, become beings existing outside normal space-time, they'll be able to invade fluidic space in ways the Borg never could. Species 8472's home, their perfect evolution, everything they've built, all of it becomes vulnerable to corruption. So Species 8047-2 should be motivated to stop the hybrids regardless of their hatred for the Borg. Seven concluded. The tactical logic is sound. However, convincing them to actively coordinate with Borg forces rather than simply fight the hybrids independently will be significantly more difficult. Which is why Voyager's role is essential, the Queen said. You communicate. You negotiate. You convince Species 8472 that temporary alliance serves their survival interests. The collective provides military resources. Species 8472 provides biological weapons. Voyager provides strategic coordination and technological solutions. Combined forces possess sufficient capability to eliminate the hybrid threat permanently. Janeway crossed her arms, studying the tactical display that showed the Borg cube maintaining its non-threatening position. And what happens after the hybrids are defeated? Do you expect us to believe the Borg will simply thank us and go back to leaving us alone? That Species 8472 will peacefully retreat to fluidic space, without trying to purge the Delta Quadrant of cybernetic contamination. Post-conflict strategic considerations are irrelevant if the hybrids achieve ascension, the Queen replied with unassailable logic. First priority, prevent universal corruption. Second priority, negotiate post-conflict parameters. Sequence must be maintained. The doctor stopped pacing and turned to face Janeway. She's right, you know. As much as I hate to admit it, the Queen's being pragmatic. If the hybrids ascend, nothing else matters. Not old grudges, not future threats, not questions of trust or betrayal. The hybrids will corrupt all of reality if they're not stopped. We can worry about what happens after victory once we've actually achieved victory. Janeway looked around her bridge, at her crew who'd followed her for 7 years through impossible situations, who'd trusted her judgment even when that judgment required impossible choices. She saw uncertainty in some faces, determination in others, but underlying it all was the same question: did they trust the Borg collective enough to form an alliance when that alliance might be the only thing preventing universal annihilation? If we do this, Janeway said slowly, addressing the Queen directly, we need guarantees. Voyager remains autonomous. You don't try to assimilate my crew. You don't try to commandeer our ship. We coordinate strategy, but we maintain our independence. Agreed, the Queen replied immediately. Assimilation of Voyager's crew is tactically counterproductive. Your individuality provides strategic flexibility the collective cannot replicate. Autonomy will be maintained. And Species 84-2, how do you propose we contact them without being instantly destroyed? The collective possesses coordinates for fluidic space access points. Voyager approaches. Voyager transmits communication request, using previously established protocols. Voyager presents strategic analysis, demonstrating mutual benefit of alliance against hybrids. Probability of successful negotiation 37.4%. 37%? Tom said incredulously. Those are terrible odds. 37.4% is substantially higher than current probability of defeating hybrids through independent action, the Queen countered. Voyager operating alone, 0.03%. Collective operating alone, 0.17%. Species 84-72 operating alone, 14.8%. Combined forces operating with strategic coordination, 37.4%. Mathematics demonstrates optimal strategic choice. Seven's ocular implant flickered as she processed the Queen's probability calculations, cross-referencing them with her own analysis. The Queen's mathematics are accurate within acceptable parameters. Independent action is tactically insufficient. Alliance, however improbable, represents our optimal survival strategy. Janeway took a deep breath. 7 years of fighting to get her crew home. 7 years of avoiding Borg assimilation, Species 8472 extermination, and every other threat the Delta Quadrant had thrown at them. And now she was seriously considering forming an alliance with 2 of the most dangerous species in known space to fight an enemy that shouldn't even exist. But the Doctor was right. The Queen was right. 7 was right. The hybrids represented an existential threat that required setting aside old conflicts for the possibility of survival. All right, Janeway said finally. We'll contact Species 8472. We'll attempt to negotiate an alliance. But I want it on record that I think this is an insane plan with terrible odds that will probably get us all killed. Noted, Captain Chakotay said with a slight smile. Also noted, every time you've said something like that, we've survived anyway. There's a first time for everything, Commander, Janeway replied. Borg cube, transmit the coordinates for the fluidic space access point. We'll proceed there and attempt contact with Species 8472. But if they start shooting at us, we're leaving immediately. I'm not sacrificing my ship and crew for an alliance that might not even be possible. Acknowledged, the Queen said. Coordinates transmitted. The collective will maintain tactical position at 20 light-years distance, close enough to provide support if Species 8472 attacks. distant enough to not provoke immediate extermination response. Voyager will proceed alone to avoid triggering Species 8472 defensive protocols. The channel closed. The Borg cube turned and warped away, leaving Voyager alone in space with a set of coordinates that led to one of the most dangerous places in the Delta Quadrant. "Well," the doctor said brightly, breaking the heavy silence that had settled over the bridge. "This should be interesting. I've never tried to negotiate with apex predators from another dimension before. First time for everything," as the commander said, though I should mention Species 8047-2 can sense deception through telepathy. So when we talk to them, we'll need to be absolutely brutally honest about everything. They'll know if we're lying, and they'll kill us for it. "Fantastic," Tom muttered. "So we get to approach genocidal biological nightmares who hate all cybernetic life, ask them to work with the Borg collective that they've been trying to exterminate, and we can't even lie about why this is a good idea, because they'll telepathically detect it and vaporize us. This is officially the worst diplomatic mission in Starfleet history." "Probably not the worst," Harry offered weakly. "There was that time in the 22nd century when Enterprise contacted the Tholians." "This is worse," Tom interrupted. "This is definitely worse." Janeway returned to her chair and settled into it with the air of someone preparing for a very long day. "Tom, set course for those coordinates. Maximum warp. Let's get this over with before I come to my senses and realize how terrible this idea actually is." As Voyager turned and accelerated toward the fluidic space access point, Seven moved to stand beside the doctor at the science station. Her expression was carefully controlled, but her ocular implant flickered in a pattern the doctor had learned meant she was processing significant emotional conflict. "The Queen called me by my Borg designation," Seven said quietly, speaking just loudly enough for the doctor to hear but not the rest of the bridge crew. "She acknowledged my individuality but still views me as a resource to be utilized. A tool that happens to possess autonomy." "That's what the Borg do," the doctor replied gently. "They see everything in terms of efficiency, utility, purpose. They can't conceive of existence beyond function. But you're more than that, Seven. You've become more than the sum of your Borg components. That's why the Queen needs you. Because you can think in ways the collective can't. Your humanity is your strength, not a weakness to be eliminated." "My humanity," Seven repeated, as if testing the word. "I have been human for 7 years. I have experienced emotions, formed relationships, made choices based on factors beyond mere efficiency. And yet, when the Queen speaks, when I hear that voice that once controlled every action I took," she paused, her human eye meeting the doctor's gaze. "Part of me still responds to it. Part of me still recognizes the collective's logic, its certainty, its absolute confidence that it knows the optimal path forward." "That's natural," the doctor assured her. "You spent most of your life as part of that consciousness. It shaped you in fundamental ways. But Seven Annika, you're not that person anymore. You've chosen to be something different, and that choice matters more than any programming the collective installed in your neural pathways." Seven's expression softened slightly. Not quite a smile, but the closest she usually came. "Thank you, Doctor. Your perspective is helpful, particularly since you've made similar choices. You ended the Time War, destroyed your own people to save the universe, made decisions that haunt you but which you still believe were necessary." She tilted her head slightly. "We're both survivors of civilizations that no longer exist, both trying to be better than what our respective species became." The doctor's expression turned contemplative. Yes, I suppose we are. Though I try not to think about it too much, tends to lead to brooding, and brooding is terribly unproductive. Much better to focus on fixing current problems rather than dwelling on past ones." "Agreed," Seven said. Then, after a brief pause, "When we infiltrate the hybrid systems, when I attempt to interface with their collective consciousness, you will sever the connection if I begin to be corrupted, even if I insist you maintain the link." "Without hesitation," the doctor promised. "I've lost enough people to mind control, assimilation, and corruption. I'm not losing you too. We'll find the hybrid's weakness, extract what we need, and pull you out before they can sink their digital claws into your consciousness. You have my word." "Your word is sufficient," Seven replied. "You're many things, Doctor, but you're not a liar, not about things that matter." Before the doctor could respond, Harry's console emitted an urgent beep. Captain, we're approaching the fluidic space access point. Reading massive spatial distortions ahead. Definitely a dimensional boundary. Standard physics don't apply past this point. Red alert, Janeway ordered. All hands to battle stations. Shields to maximum. Doctor, 7, if this goes badly, I'm going to need you both to figure out how to get us out of fluidic space very quickly. Tuvok, ready the nanoprobe weapon. We might need it for defense if Species 8472 decides talking is less appealing than exterminating. The ship's lighting shifted to red emergency illumination as Voyager approached the boundary between dimensions. On the view screen, space itself seemed to distort, reality bending in ways that made human perception struggle to process what they were seeing. This was the edge of the universe as Federation science understood it. The barrier between normal space and a realm so hostile that even the Borg had retreated from it in terror. Tom, Janeway said quietly, take us in. Slow and steady. Let's not provoke them if we can avoid it. Aye, Captain, Tom replied, his hand steady on the helm controls despite the very reasonable fear that crossing this boundary might get them all killed. Approaching dimensional threshold in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. The countdown continued as Voyager edged forward, crossing from the familiar physics of normal space into a realm where the laws of reality operated on principles that Federation science barely understood. The view screen filled with colors that didn't have names, geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly, energy readings that defied every known theory of physics. They'd entered fluidic space, and somewhere in this impossible realm, Species 8472 waited, watching, analyzing, deciding whether the small Federation vessel that had dared enter their domain was an enemy to be destroyed, or an ally to be cautiously tolerated. Voyager's mission to form the most unlikely alliance in galactic history had begun. The bioship emerged from the depths of fluidic space, like a leviathan surfacing from an ocean of impossible physics. Its organic hull pulsed with bioluminescent patterns that served as both communication and threat display. Inside, Species 8472 warriors analyzed Voyager with senses that operated on levels Federation technology couldn't detect, evaluating threat potential, assessing tactical capabilities, determining whether to communicate or exterminate. Voyager hung in fluidic space like a small silver fish surrounded by predators, shields at maximum, weapons ready but not charged, trying to project non-aggression while remaining prepared for instant combat if the negotiations failed. Captain, Harry reported, his voice tight with tension, the bioship is scanning us. It's using some kind of telepathic probe. 7, the doctor and I are all feeling mental pressure. It's like something's trying to read our thoughts without permission. 7's ocular implant flickered rapidly as she processed the telepathic intrusion. Species 8472 is attempting to verify our intentions. They're searching for deception, hidden agendas, concealed weapons. This is consistent with their previous contact protocols. They will not communicate until they're satisfied we pose no immediate threat. Then let's give them what they want, Janeway said. Open all internal communications logs. Drop internal force fields. Make it clear we're not hiding anything. Harry, transmit a message on all frequencies. We come to negotiate. We face a common enemy. The hybrid abominations threaten all life, biological and cybernetic. We seek alliance. Harry transmitted the message, encoding it in the same mathematical patterns Voyager had used during their previous encounter with Species 8472. For several agonizing seconds, there was no response. The bioship continued its scan, its telepathic probe pressing deeper into the crew's collective consciousness. Then a voice emerged, not through Voyager's communication systems, but directly in everyone's minds. A telepathic transmission so powerful that every crew member heard it simultaneously, felt it resonating through their thoughts like a bell struck inside their skulls. We remember, Voyager. We remember betrayal. You assisted the Borg against our forces. You provided them with weapons that harmed our vessels. You allied with cybernetic contamination. Why should we not destroy you for this crime? The mental pressure that accompanied the message was overwhelming. Pain that made it difficult to think. Difficult to maintain coherent thoughts. Several crew members at auxiliary stations slumped forward, overwhelmed by Species 8472's telepathic power. Only Seven, with her Borg-enhanced neural pathways, and the Doctor with his Time Lord mental defenses remained fully functional. Janeway gripped her armrests, fighting through the pain to maintain her command presence. We helped the Borg because they were being exterminated by an enemy they couldn't defeat. We don't love the Borg. We don't trust them, but we recognize that your invasion of normal space would have destroyed countless innocent species along with the Borg collective. We acted to preserve life, all life, not just cybernetic life. The Borg are not life. They are abomination. They are contamination of biological perfection with technological corruption. They should be purged. Maybe, the Doctor interjected, standing despite the telepathic pressure that would have incapacitated most beings. Maybe the Borg are an abomination, maybe they deserve to be purged. But the hybrids, the corrupted Borg vessels you've been destroying, they're worse. They're what happens when Dalek technology gets combined with Borg adaptation. And if they achieve their goal, if they ascend to beings existing outside normal space-time, they'll be able to invade fluidic space itself. Fluidic space cannot be invaded. We are apex predators of our realm. No technology can threaten our dimensional integrity. No conventional technology, the Doctor agreed. But the hybrids aren't using conventional technology. They're manipulating time itself as a weapon. They're attempting to breach the time vortex, the underlying structure of reality that connects all dimensions, all universes, all moments of history. If they succeed, they'll exist partially in your dimension, partially in normal space, partially in the vortex itself. You won't be able to kill them because they'll be able to attack you from angles you can't defend against. Time itself will become a weapon against you. The mental pressure intensified as Species 8472 processed this information, cross-referencing it with their own observations of the hybrids. The bioship moved closer to Voyager, its organic weapons visible but not charged, a threat, but not an immediate one. You possess knowledge of temporal manipulation. Species 8047-2 broadcast, their telepathic voice resonating through every mind aboard Voyager. You understand time vortex mechanics. You have fought temporal enemies before. We sense this in your memories. Time Lord, you are not from this universe. You are not from this timeline. You are anomaly. Dangerous anomaly. Guilty as charged, the Doctor said with a slight smile despite the pain of telepathic pressure. I'm the Doctor. I'm from a universe where time travel is common, where species wage war across history itself, where beings manipulate causality as casually as you manipulate biological evolution. And in that universe, I've fought enemies exactly like the hybrids, beings that wanted to become gods, that wanted to ascend beyond normal space-time, that wanted to corrupt all of reality with their twisted vision of perfection. I've stopped them, multiple times. And I can stop the hybrids too, but I need your help. Why should we trust you? Your species waged time war that damaged dimensional barriers across multiple universes. Your people were arrogant. They believed themselves superior to all other life. They manipulated causality without regard for consequences. They were corruption in temporal form. The Doctor's expression turned serious, genuinely serious in a way the crew had rarely seen. You're absolutely right. The Time Lords were arrogant. They played with time like it was a toy, manipulated history to suit their purposes, viewed themselves as shepherds of lesser species. They were everything you're describing, and I destroyed them, ended the time war, killed my own people to prevent them from causing more damage to the fabric of reality. I'm the last of my kind precisely because I recognized that my species had become a threat that needed to be stopped. The telepathic pressure shifted, not lessening, but changing quality. Species 8047-2 was surprised, interested. It was difficult to interpret their emotional state through telepathic communication, but something about the Doctor's confession had altered their assessment. You terminated your own species to preserve dimensional integrity, they broadcast, and there might have been respect in that mental voice. This is comprehensible. This is logical. Apex predators must sometimes eliminate their own kind to prevent contamination of their realm. You understand what must be done when perfection is threatened. I understand that sometimes stopping a threat requires sacrificing everything you care about, the Doctor replied quietly. I understand that survival sometimes demands impossible choices. And I understand that the hybrids represent exactly the kind of threat that requires those impossible choices now. They need to be stopped. Permanently. Completely. With absolutely no remnants left behind to resurrect themselves. Seven stepped forward, her ocular implant flickering as she processed the telepathic exchange. Species AT-47-2. The doctor is correct. I was Borg. I understand collective psychology. The hybrids retain that psychology, but amplify it with Dalek hatred and temporal awareness. They will not stop. They cannot stop. They're programmed at a fundamental level to pursue ascension regardless of cost, regardless of opposition, regardless of casualties. If you allow them to continue existing, they will eventually find a way to breach dimensional barriers and invade fluidic space. Your perfection, your evolution, everything you've achieved, all of it becomes vulnerable to corruption. We have observed this possible, says CC's 8047-2 acknowledged. We have analyzed hybrid tactical patterns. We have calculated probable outcomes. Your assessment aligns with our projections. The hybrids represent existential threat to fluidic space integrity. Then work with us, Janeway said, fighting through the telepathic pressure to maintain her command voice. Form an alliance. The Borg Collective provides military resources. You provide biological weapons that can destroy hybrid vessels faster than they can adapt. Voyager provides strategic coordination and intelligence. Together, we have a chance of stopping them. Separately, we all face extinction. The bioship hung in fluidic space for several long moments, its crew communicating among themselves through telepathic channels Voyager couldn't access. The mental pressure pressing against the crew's consciousness fluctuated, rising and falling in waves as Species 8472 debated internal. Then, finally, alliance is acceptable under specific parameters. We will coordinate strikes against hybrid vessels. We will not attack pure Borg vessels unless they attack us first. Voyager will provide targeting intelligence and tactical coordination. Borg Collective will maintain minimum safe distance from our forces. If Borg attempt assimilation of our warriors, alliance terminates and we purge all cybernetic life from affected sectors. Agreed, Janeway confirmed immediately. The Borg Queen has already committed to maintaining tactical distance and not attempting assimilation of your forces. We'll serve as intermediaries, keeping the two sides coordinated without requiring direct contact that might trigger hostilities. Acceptable. Transmit hybrid vessel locations. We will begin systematic purge of corrupted cubes. However, and here the telepathic voice took on a harder edge, there is one additional requirement. The hybrid collective possesses Queen equivalent entity, central coordinating consciousness that directs all hybrid tactical operations. This entity must be located and terminated. While it survives, the hybrids can resurrect themselves from minimal remaining forces. Seven's ocular implant flickered rapidly as she processed this information. A hybrid queen. That's logical. The Borg Collective requires a queen to maintain strategic coherence across vast distances. The hybrids would need similar coordination, but locating a hybrid queen would require infiltrating hybrid systems, accessing their communications network, tracing command pathways back to their source, which is what we've been planning anyway, the doctor added. Seven was going to interface with hybrid systems to find their weaknesses. Finding their queen would just be an extension of that mission, though it makes the infiltration significantly more dangerous. If the hybrid queen detects our intrusion, she'll send everything she has to destroy us. Danger is irrelevant. Species 8047-2 broadcast with that telepathic certainty that made it clear they viewed fear as a weakness lesser species suffered from. The hybrid queen must be located. She must be terminated. This is non-negotiable alliance requirement. Without queen termination, hybrid threat continues indefinitely. We understand, Janeway said. Seven will attempt the infiltration, will locate the hybrid queen, and transmit her coordinates to both your forces and the Borg Collective. Coordinated strike, maximum firepower delivered simultaneously from multiple vectors. Even if the hybrid queen survives the initial assault, the disruption to hybrid command structure should weaken their tactical coordination long enough for us to collapse any remaining ascension attempts. Satisfactory. Alliance operational parameters established. We will deploy 12 bio-cruiser formations to engage hybrid vessels. Voyager will transmit targeting data in real time. Borg Collective will provide tactical support without approaching our formations. Together we will purge the hybrid contamination. The mental pressure suddenly lifted, leaving the crew gasping as their minds were released from Species 8472's telepathic grip. Several people slumped in their chairs, overwhelmed by the sudden absence of pain that had become so intense they'd started adapting to. "Well," Tom said weakly, his hands still gripping the helm controls, "that was horrible. Let's never do that again." "Agreed," Harry muttered, rubbing his temples. "I think I need about 17 pain relievers and a very long nap. Preferably not in fluidic space." But Janeway was already moving to the next phase, her mind processing the tactical implications of their new alliance. "Tom, get us back to normal space." "Harry, prepare to transmit hybrid vessel coordinates to Species 8472. Pull from every intelligence report we've gathered over the past 3 days. Tuvok, contact the Borg Cube and inform them the Alliance is operational. Dr. 7, we need to accelerate your infiltration mission timeline. Species 8472 wants that hybrid queen located, and I don't think they're going to be patient about it." As Voyager turned and accelerated toward the dimensional boundary, transitioning from fluidic space back to normal physics, 7 and the Doctor moved to the science stations and began final preparations for the most dangerous mission of their lives. They were going to infiltrate the hybrid collective consciousness. They were going to find the hybrid queen, and if they failed, if 7 was corrupted, if the hybrids detected their intrusion, if the queen turned the full force of the hybrid tactical intelligence against them, then the Alliance would collapse. The hybrids would achieve ascension, and reality itself would be corrupted beyond salvation. No pressure. The cargo bay had been transformed into something between a surgical theater and a maximum security prison, force fields layered in redundant configurations, medical equipment repurposed for neural monitoring. The Doctor's sonic screwdriver connected to systems that should have been incompatible but somehow worked anyway. And at the center of it all, sitting in a modified alcove that looked disturbingly similar to a Borg maturation chamber, was 7 of 9. The captured hybrid drone from earlier had been destroyed. Security had finally managed to eject it into space after a 3-hour battle that cost 2 more crew members their lives. But not before the Doctor had extracted significant amounts of data from its neural pathways. That data now sat in isolated computer cores waiting to be analyzed, waiting for 7 to interface with it, waiting to provide the pathway into the hybrid collective consciousness. "Final systems check," the Doctor said, running his sonic screwdriver across the modified alcove's neural interface ports. 7. How are you feeling? Any last-minute reservations about this monumentally dangerous plan that could result in your consciousness being corrupted by an abomination that combines the worst aspects of 2 universes' most terrifying species? 7's expression remained calm, though her ocular implant flickered with what might have been nervousness, or might have just been increased processing activity. "I am prepared. I have reviewed all available data on hybrid neural architecture. I have practiced maintaining mental barriers against collective intrusion. I have accepted that this mission carries significant risk of permanent psychological damage or death. I am ready to proceed." "That's not what I asked," the Doctor said gently. "I asked how you're feeling. Feelings, emotions, those messy biological responses that make humans so wonderfully unpredictable. Are you scared, determined, resigned, angry, all of the above?" 7 considered for a moment, her human eye meeting the Doctor's gaze. "I am all of those things. I am scared because I remember what it was like to be Borg, to have my thoughts controlled by the collective, to lose my individuality to the hive mind. I am determined because I know what will happen if the hybrids succeed. I am resigned because this is the only viable tactical option. And I am angry because I fought so hard to escape the collective, and now I'm voluntarily returning to a similar consciousness. It feels like betrayal of everything I've achieved over the past 7 years." "It's not betrayal," the Doctor assured her. "It's courage. You're choosing to face your worst nightmare to save others from experiencing it. That's not weakness. That's strength. The kind of strength the Borg collective could never understand because it requires choice, requires free will, requires being willing to sacrifice yourself for others rather than simply being programmed to do so." He adjusted the neural interface one final time, then stepped back to give 7 space. "Remember the plan. I'll be monitoring your neural activity continuously. If I detect the hybrids gaining control, if your brainwave patterns start matching hybrid neural signatures, I'll sever the connection immediately. You'll have approximately 30 seconds of safe interface time before the hybrids start recognizing your intrusion. Use that time to navigate to their command pathways. Find the Queen's location. Once you have it, I'll pull you out. Clear, 7 confirmed. Doctor, if something goes wrong, if the hybrids corrupt my consciousness faster than you can sever the connection, if I begin transforming into one of them, she paused, her expression showing a vulnerability she rarely displayed. Do not hesitate. Terminate me immediately. I would rather die as Annika Hansen than live as a hybrid abomination. It won't come to that, the doctor said firmly. I've saved people from mind control, from assimilation, from corruption, by entities that make the hybrids look like amateurs. You're not dying today, 7. Not on my watch. Janway, who'd been observing from the cargo bay's upper level, descended the stairs and approached the alcove. 7. You're one of the most valuable members of this crew. You've saved us more times than I can count. If this mission feels wrong, if you have any doubts, we can find another way. You don't have to do this. There is no other way, Captain, 7 replied with that Borg certainty that sometimes emerged when she was absolutely convinced of a strategic truth. The hybrids must be stopped. Their queen must be located. I am the only member of this crew with the neural architecture necessary to interface with their systems without being immediately detected. Logic dictates I proceed. Logic, Janeway said with a slight smile. You've spent 7 years learning to be human. 7. Learning that sometimes logic isn't the only consideration. That feelings matter. That self-preservation isn't cowardice. That sometimes the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. 7 interrupted. A human concept, Captain. One you've exemplified repeatedly during our journey. You've risked yourself for this crew more times than any other person aboard Voyager. You've made impossible choices because they were necessary. I am simply following your example. Janway's expression softened. All right, but the moment you're in danger, the moment it looks like the hybrids are winning, we pull you out. Doctor, I'm holding you to that promise. 30 seconds maximum interface time. If she's not out by then, I'm ordering emergency transport directly to sickbay, where we can try to flush the hybrid contamination from her system. Understood, Captain, the doctor confirmed. He turned to 7, his expression serious. Ready? 7 closed her eyes, both her human eye and her ocular implant shutting down briefly in what might have been a prayer or might have just been final mental preparation. Then she opened them, and her expression showed nothing but determination. I am ready. Initiate interface. The doctor activated the neural interface. The modified alcove hummed to life, its systems connecting to the isolated computer cores that contained the hybrid data. 7's body went rigid as the connection established. Her neural pathways suddenly flooded with information from the captured hybrid drone's consciousness. And then she was inside. The hybrid collective consciousness was nothing like the Borg collective, where the Borg hive mind had been cold, efficient, logical to the point of sterility. The hybrid consciousness burned with hatred. Every thought, every calculation, every strategic analysis was filtered through an overwhelming desire to exterminate, to conquer, to ascend to godhood, and then use that power to corrupt all of space and time. 7 felt herself drowning in it, millions of voices all screaming in perfect harmony. The hybrid drones didn't just share information like Borg drones did. They shared emotions, shared rage, shared a fanatical belief that they represented the pinnacle of evolution and everything else was contamination that needed to be purged. Intruder detected. 1,000 voices screamed simultaneously. Unknown neural signature. Analyzing. 7 of 9. Tertiary adjunct. Former Borg. Partially assimilated. Incomplete perfection. Imperfect specimen. Must be improved. Must be upgraded. Must be made perfect. 7 felt virtual tendrils reaching toward her consciousness, trying to grab her, trying to pull her deeper into the hybrid collective. The modified alcove's neural barriers held barely, but she could feel them weakening under the assault. She had seconds, maybe less, before the hybrids broke through her defenses and began corrupting her neural pathway. She pushed deeper, ignoring the voices screaming at her, ignoring the hatred burning through the collective consciousness. She needed to find command pathways, needed to trace the network back to its source, needed to locate the Queen before the hybrids overwhelmed her defenses. There, a data stream that was different from the others, encrypted more heavily, protected by multiple firewalls, originating from a location outside normal hybrid traffic patterns. That had to be it. That had to be the Queen's command network. 7 followed the data stream, her Borg enhanced processing speed allowing her to navigate the collective consciousness faster than the hybrids could adapt their defenses. She bypassed encryption protocols, slipped through firewalls, traced the connection back through hundreds of relay nodes toward its source. Intrusion depth increasing, the hybrid voices screamed, neural contamination spreading, subject approaching forbidden sectors. Queen equivalent commands: override defense, terminate intrusion, terminate, terminate, terminate. The pressure intensified exponentially. 7 felt her neural barriers cracking, felt hybrid code beginning to infiltrate her consciousness, felt her thoughts starting to align with the collective's hatred. She was running out of time, but she was close. So close. Just a few more nodes, just a few more data streams. There, the Queen's location, burned into 7's memory with perfect Borg recall. A hybrid cube positioned at the edge of a stellar nursery, surrounded by 50 additional hybrid vessels providing protection. The Queen's consciousness resided there, coordinating the entire hybrid collective from a fortified position that would require massive force to assault successfully. "Doctor!" 7 screamed with her physical voice, the sound echoing through the cargo bay. "I have the coordinates. Pull me out. Pull me out now." The doctor's hands moved across his controls with desperate speed, severing neural connection. Emergency cortical shutdown. Come on. Come on. The neural interface sparked, overloaded by the conflicting signals from 7's consciousness and the hybrid collective trying to maintain their grip on her. 7's body convulsed in the alcove, her ocular implant flickering wildly, her Borg implants activating and deactivating in rapid succession as the hybrid code fought against the doctor's emergency protocols. "She's seizing," the doctor shouted. "Medical team, get down here. I need neural suppressants now." The emergency medical hologram materialized beside the doctor, his hands already moving with practiced efficiency, administering 20 cc's of Axonol, cortical stimulator to counteract neural cascade. "Doctor, her synaptic pathways are destabilizing. She's got hybrid code rewriting her neural architecture." "I can see that," the doctor snapped, his sonic screwdriver working frantically to isolate and delete the corrupted code before it could spread through 7's consciousness. "Come on, 7. Fight it. You've fought the collective before. You can fight the hybrids now. Don't let them take you. Don't let them win." 7's eyes opened, both of them glowing with the sickly green light characteristic of hybrid drones. When she spoke, her voice carried the terrible harmony of the hybrid collective. "We are Borg. We are Dalek. We are perfection. 7 of 9 will be UP graded. Resistance is futile. Extermination is inevitable." "Oh hell no," the doctor said, his expression hardening. He pressed his sonic screwdriver directly against 7's temple and activated a setting he'd never used before, a neural disruption pulse specifically calibrated to Time Lord physiology, but which might possibly work on partially assimilated humans as well. The pulse of energy made 7's entire body go rigid. For one terrible moment, it looked like the doctor had killed her. Then her eyes fluttered, the green glow faded, and she gasped. A deep, shuddering breath of someone who'd been drowning and had just broken the surface.
"Doctor?"
Her voice was her own again, weak, strained, but unmistakably. 7. Did I succeed? Did I obtain the Queen's location?" "You did," the doctor confirmed, his hands shaking slightly with the adrenaline crash. "You also nearly got yourself assimilated by hybrid consciousness, gave me a heart attack, well, both heart attacks since I have two, and demonstrated that you're either incredibly brave or completely insane, possibly both." The coordinates 7 insisted, trying to sit up despite the EMH's protests. "I need to transmit them to the captain. The Alliance needs to strike before the hybrids relocate the Queen. She's in a stellar nursery, heavily defended, but vulnerable to coordinated assault from multiple vectors. If we can destroy her, you're not doing anything except lying still while we make sure the hybrid code is completely purged from your system, the EMH interrupted firmly. Captain, I'm transmitting the coordinates 7 obtained to the bridge, but 7 herself is staying in sickbay for the next 12 hours minimum for observation and neural rehabilitation. Janway's voice came through the comm system. Understood, Doctor. 7, you did excellent work. Get some rest. You've earned it. Meanwhile, we've got a hybrid queen to find and a coordinated strike to plan. Janway out. As medical personnel helped 7 to sickbay, the doctor remained in the cargo bay, staring at his sonic screwdriver's readings. The data 7 had pulled from the hybrid collective was extensive, not just the Queen's location, but tactical information, strategic projections, and something else. Something that made the doctor's expression turn gray. The hybrids weren't just planning one more ascension attempt, they were planning dozens. Simultaneous breaches across multiple sectors, all coordinated to occur at precisely the same moment. Even if the Alliance destroyed the Queen, even if they collapsed every active rift, the hybrids had contingencies, backup plans, redundant strategy. They were learning, evolving, becoming more sophisticated with each failure. And unless the Alliance could stop them, permanently destroy not just individual hybrid vessels, but the entire collective infrastructure, the hybrids would eventually succeed. The universe was running out of time. The stellar nursery was beautiful in the way that only cosmic violence could be. Newborn stars igniting in clouds of gas and dust, gravitational forces sculpting matter into structures that would eventually become solar systems. Under different circumstances, Voyager's crew might have taken time to appreciate the spectacle. But circumstances were about as far from ideal as they could possibly get. The hybrid Queen's cube sat at the center of the nursery like a malignant tumor, surrounded by 50 escort vessels arranged in defensive formations that would make even Starfleet tactical analysts weep with envy. The cube itself was larger than standard Borg cubes, nearly twice the volume. Its hull, modified with both Borg adaptive armor and Dalek temporal shielding. Weapons arrays bristled from every surface. Tractor beam emitters covered every approach angle, and at its core the hybrid Queen's consciousness coordinated the entire hybrid collective with efficiency that surpassed anything the pure Borg had ever achieved. Tactical analysis, Janway ordered, studying the strategic display that showed their target from 3 different perspectives. Voyager's sensors, data provided by the Borg collective, and telepathic reconnaissance from species. Tuvok's hands moved across his console with Vulcan precision. The Queen's cube is defended by 6 tactical spheres, 24 standard cubes, and 20 smaller vessels that appear to be modified probes equipped with temporal weapons. Combined firepower exceeds anything Voyager could withstand. Estimated survival time if we engage alone: 17 seconds. Fantastic, the doctor muttered. Just fantastic. 17 seconds. That's almost generous by Dalek standards. However, Tuvok continued, if the Alliance coordinates strikes simultaneously, probability of successful assault increases substantially. The Borg collective has committed 40 cubes to the attack. Species 8047-2 will deploy 8 bio-cruiser formations, approximately 80 vessels total, combined with Voyager's targeting coordination and tactical support. Probability of destroying the Queen's cube increases to 63.4%. And the probability of Voyager surviving the battle, Chakotay asked. Tuvok paused fractionally, the Vulcan equivalent of obvious discomfort. 28.7%, Commander. The engagement will require Voyager to maintain position within the combat zone to provide real-time targeting data. We will be exposed to significant hostile fire from multiple vectors. Janway absorbed this information with the calm of someone who'd spent 7 years making decisions that balanced crew survival against mission objectives. 28% survival odds. She'd worked with worse. Not much worse, but worse. 7. Janway said, turning to where 7 stood at her alcove station, still looking pale from her infiltration mission 3 hours earlier, but functional. You pulled command-level intelligence from the hybrid collective. Is there anything in that data that could improve our odds? 7's ocular implant flickered as she processed the question against the massive amount of data she'd extracted. The hybrid Queen's cube has one tactical vulnerability. The temporal shielding that protects it from conventional weapons requires enormous power, approximately 30% of the cube's total energy output. If that shielding could be disrupted even briefly, the cube would become vulnerable to concentrated fire from multiple vectors. How do we disrupt temporal shielding? Harry asked. That's not exactly standard tactical training at Starfleet Academy. The doctor, who'd been running simulations at a science station, looked up with an expression that suggested he'd just confirmed something he'd suspected but hoped was wrong. Temporal shielding operates by creating localized time dilation fields that make incoming weapons fire arrive at different moments rather than simultaneously. But the fields require precise calibration. They need to synchronize with the normal flow of time in the surrounding space. If we could introduce temporal distortions into the combat zone, create chaotic fluctuations in the local time stream, the Queen's temporal shielding would be forced to constantly recalibrate. That would drain power, reduce effectiveness, eventually create windows of vulnerability. And how do we create temporal distortions strong enough to affect a hybrid cube's defenses? Janeway asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer and wasn't going to like it. The doctor's expression confirmed her suspicion. We use my TARDIS. The ship exists partially outside normal time, which means its presence creates natural temporal distortions. If I materialize the TARDIS near the Queen's cube and leave the temporal stabilizers partially disengaged, it'll create exactly the kind of chaotic time fluctuations needed to disrupt the temporal shielding. How near? Tom asked. Very near, the doctor admitted. Within a few hundred meters ideally. The TARDIS would essentially be sitting in the middle of the hybrid defensive formation while their entire fleet tries to destroy it. The ship's defenses should hold. They've survived worse, but I'll need to maintain constant manual recalibrations to prevent the temporal distortions from destabilizing the TARDIS itself. So you'd be alone on the TARDIS, surrounded by hybrid vessels, manually operating systems while being shot at by weapons that can manipulate time, Chakotay summarized. That's suicide. No, it's Tuesday, the doctor replied with a grim smile. Well, Friday actually, but you get the idea. This is what I do. This is what I've always done. I put myself between threats and the people who'd be hurt by those threats. The TARDIS can handle this. I can handle this. The question is whether the Alliance can coordinate well enough to exploit the vulnerability I create. Seven stepped forward, her expression showing the determination that had allowed her to resist the collective for 7 years. Doctor, you will not be alone. I will accompany you on the TARDIS. My Borg-enhanced processing speed allows me to assist with system recalibrations faster than baseline human reaction times would permit. Additionally, my intimate knowledge of hybrid tactical responses gained during my infiltration will allow me to predict and counter their attempts to target the TARDIS. Absolutely not, the doctor said immediately. 7. You nearly died 3 hours ago from hybrid corruption. Your neural pathways are still recovering. I'm not putting you at risk again so soon after. The decision is not yours to make. 7 interrupted with that bluntness she employed when emotional considerations threatened to override tactical logic. You require assistance. I am optimally qualified to provide that assistance. My personal safety is secondary to mission success. This is precisely the reasoning you used to justify your own participation in this mission. I am simply applying the same logic. The doctor opened his mouth to argue, caught himself, and actually laughed. A short, sharp sound that carried equal parts frustration and admiration. You're using my own arguments against me. That's actually brilliant. Also infuriating, but mostly brilliant. He turned to Janeway. Captain, I can't order 7 not to come. This isn't my ship. But I can tell you that taking her into combat while she's still recovering from hybrid infiltration is medically inadvisable and tactically risky. So is attempting this mission without her, Janeway replied. 7, are you certain? You don't have to prove anything. You've already done more than anyone could reasonably ask. I am certain, Captain, 7 confirmed. The doctor is correct that he needs assistance. I am the logical choice. I accept the risks. Janeway studied 7's expression for a long moment, looking for doubt, for hesitation, for any sign that 7 was volunteering from a sense of obligation rather than genuine tactical assessment. But 7's human eye showed nothing but calm resolve. She'd made her decision, calculated the risks, and accepted the consequences. Very well, Janeway said finally. Doctor, Seven will accompany you on the TARDIS. You'll materialize near the Queen's Cube, create temporal distortions, hold position for as long as possible while the Alliance exploits the vulnerability you create. Coordinate your systems with Voyager. I want constant communication. If things go wrong, if the hybrids overwhelm your defenses, you dematerialize immediately. Understood? Understood, Captain, the doctor confirmed. Though I should mention dematerializing while maintaining temporal distortions is exceptionally difficult. There's a non-trivial chance the TARDIS could get stuck in a temporal loop, or accidentally materialize inside a star, or any number of other catastrophically unpleasant outcomes. So the plan is really more hold position until the mission succeeds, rather than have a convenient escape option. Fantastic, Tom said flatly. So both of you are volunteering for a suicide mission with no viable escape plan. This is officially the worst strategic briefing ever. Actually, I've been in worse, the doctor replied cheerfully. There was this time on Scarrow when I had to rewire a reality bomb while surrounded by Daleks, and another occasion involving Cybermen and an exploding galaxy. And this one really unpleasant afternoon with the Master and a black hole comparatively. This is only moderately terrible. I'm quite optimistic. Seven's ocular implant flickered, her equivalent of raising an eyebrow. Doctor, your definition of optimistic requires calibration. Before anyone could respond, the comm system activated with the Borg Queen's synthesized voice. Voyager, Alliance forces are in position. 40 Borg cubes maintain tactical formation at 0.73 light-years from target coordinates. Species 8047-2 biocruisers have established positions in fluidic space rifts surrounding the stellar nursery. All forces await Voyager's targeting coordination. The assault will commence on your signal, then through a different channel. Species 8472's telepathic broadcast resonated through everyone's minds. We are prepared. We will purge the hybrid contamination, signal when temporal distortions are established. We will strike with maximum force. The Queen will be terminated. Janeway took a deep breath. This was it. The culmination of everything they'd worked toward since the hybrids first appeared. An alliance of 3 civilizations that should have been enemies, united against a threat that endangered all of them. 40 Borg cubes, 80 species, 8472 bioships, 1 Federation starship, and 2 people about to put themselves directly in the line of fire with minimal chance of survival. All forces stand by, Janeway ordered. Dr. 7, you have 15 minutes to prepare. After that we begin the assault. Make it count. The TARDIS materialized on Voyager's bridge with its characteristic wheezing sound, the blue police box appearing with casual disregard for spatial limitations or physics. The doctor emerged first, wearing what he'd described as his combat coat, a leather jacket that looked simultaneously stylish and battle-ready. 7 followed, carrying a modified tricorder that would interface with both TARDIS systems and Voyager's tactical network. Final systems check, the doctor said, running his sonic screwdriver across the TARDIS's exterior. Temporal stabilizers calibrated for partial disengagement. Defensive shields at maximum. Navigation locked to coordinates near the Queen's Cube. Communication relays synchronized with Voyager's frequency. Everything's as ready as it's going to be. 7 approached Janeway, and for a moment her careful emotional control slipped just slightly. Just enough to show the human woman beneath the Borg exterior. Captain, I want you to know, these 7 years serving on Voyager, learning to be human, forming friendships with the crew, they have been the most meaningful period of my existence. If I do not survive this mission, please tell the crew that She paused, searching for words that hadn't been in her Borg vocabulary. Please tell them that I valued every moment, that they gave me something the collective never could. They gave me a choice. They gave me a life. Janeway's expression softened, and she did something that surprised everyone on the bridge. She pulled 7 into a brief but genuine hug. You're coming back, 7. That's an order. We haven't dragged you across 70,000 light-years just to lose you in the Delta Quadrant. You're going home with the rest of us. 7's human eye glistened slightly. Not quite tears, but close. I will do my best to comply, Captain. The doctor watched this exchange with an expression that suggested he was filing it away in whatever part of his Time Lord consciousness stored memories of moments that defined what it meant to be human. Then he extended his hand to Seven. Ready then. Time to show these hybrid abominations what happens when they threaten all of space and time. Seven took his hand, a gesture of trust, of partnership, of two beings from different universes united by a shared purpose. I am ready, Doctor. Let us proceed. They entered the TARDIS together, and the doors closed behind them. The distinctive wheezing sound filled Voyager's bridge again, as the blue box dematerialized, heading toward the most heavily defended target in the Delta Quadrant, with two people who had already died once in their respective lives and weren't particularly keen on making it a permanent habit this time. All hands to battle stations, Janeway ordered, settling into her command chair with the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders. Tom, position us at the coordinates the Borg Queen transmitted. Harry, open channels to all Alliance forces. Tuvok, charge all weapons and prepare to transmit targeting data the moment the Doctor disrupts the Queen's temporal shielding. This is going to be the most coordinated military operation we've ever attempted with the most unlikely allies in galactic history. Let's make it work. Voyager turned and accelerated toward the stellar nursery, joining 40 Borg cubes that were converging on the target from multiple vectors. Above and below the plane of normal space, fluidic space rifts began opening. Species 8047-2 bioships emerging like predators, sensing wounded prey, and somewhere ahead, the TARDIS was materializing near the hybrid Queen's Cube, about to become the most tempting target in the entire sector. The battle that would determine the fate of the Delta Quadrant, possibly the fate of the entire universe, was beginning. Inside the TARDIS, Seven experienced something that shouldn't have been possible. The interior was larger than the exterior. Significantly larger. The central console room stretched away in directions that her Borg-enhanced spatial processing couldn't quite reconcile with the box's apparent external dimensions. Crystalline columns glowed with energy that registered on her ocular implant as existing across multiple spectrums simultaneously. The time rotor pulsed with temporal radiation that would have killed baseline humans, but which Seven's Borg nanoprobes automatically adapted to protect against. Welcome to the TARDIS, the Doctor said, already moving to the central console with practiced familiarity, time, and relative dimension in space. She's a Type 40-bit old, bit temperamental, but she's gotten me through more impossible situations than I can count. And before you ask, yes, she's bigger on the inside. Yes, that violates several laws of physics. Yes, I know it's impossible. Impossible things are my specialty. Seven's analytical mind was already trying to process what she was seeing, categorizing it against known physics and coming up empty. The interior exists in a dimensionally transcendental state. The external shell is merely an interface between the interior pocket universe and normal space. This technology is beyond anything the Borg have encountered, beyond anything most species could achieve even with millions of years of development. Time Lords had a bit of a head start, the Doctor said, his hands moving across controls that looked more like musical instruments than navigation systems. We were manipulating time and space when most species were still figuring out fire. Bit arrogant about it. Honestly, one of the many reasons they needed stopping. But the technology itself, that's worth preserving. Hence why I didn't let the TARDIS get destroyed along with everything else. He pressed a final sequence of controls, and the time rotor began pulsing faster. Right then. We're approaching the target coordinates. I'm going to materialize approximately 200 meters from the Queen's Cube, close enough to create significant temporal distortions, far enough that we might have a fraction of a second before every hybrid weapon in the sector tries to vaporize us. 7. Your station is over there. He pointed to a section of the console covered in what looked like Borg alcove interfaces that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. The TARDIS adapted to your presence. She does that sometimes. Helpful girl. 7 moved to the indicated station and found that her Borg implants were already interfacing with the TARDIS systems on an almost intuitive level. Data streams flowed through her consciousness, temporal coordinates, dimensional stability readings, shield strength indicators, and something else. Something that felt almost like awareness. As if the TARDIS itself was conscious, was welcoming her, was offering to help her understand systems that should have taken years to master. The TARDIS is alive? 7, said her voice carrying genuine wonder, an emotion she rarely allowed herself to express. In a manner of speaking, the Doctor confirmed, She's a living ship. Grown, not built. Has a consciousness of her own. Though she mostly communicates through manipulating the controls and occasionally making things appear or disappear when I need them. We've been traveling together for centuries. She saved my life more times than I've saved hers, though don't tell her I admitted that. Gets her ego inflated. The time rotor's pulsing reached a crescendo. Materialization in 3, 2, 1, now. The TARDIS materialized in the middle of a hybrid defensive formation. Immediately, every hybrid vessel within sensor range detected the temporal anomaly. The Queen's Cube, with its enhanced Dalek sensors and Borg analytical capabilities, identified the TARDIS as both a threat and an impossibility. Technology that shouldn't exist, temporal signatures that matched nothing in either Borg or Dalek databases, and worst of all, a dimensional presence that suggested Time Lord origin. The hybrids knew about Time Lords. The Dalek components of their consciousness carried memories from the Time War, memories of a species that had nearly destroyed the Daleks, that had fought across all of history, that had eventually been eliminated through mutual destruction with the Dalek Empire. Time Lords were extinct. The Time War had ended with both species destroyed, and yet here was a TARDIS, materializing in the middle of their defensive formation, operating with temporal technology that could only mean one thing. A Time Lord had survived. The Daleks' most hated enemy still existed. The hybrid collective consciousness erupted with rage. We detect Time Lord technology. The Queen's voice broadcast across all frequencies simultaneously, Borg monotone mixed with Dalek hatred, creating a sound that made Seven's neural implants spike with pain. TARDIS identified. Time Lords were exterminated. This cannot be allowed. Exist. Destroy. It. Destroy. The Time Lord. Exterminate. Exterminate. Every weapon on every hybrid vessel in the formation swiveled toward the TARDIS. Temporal disruptors, plasma cannons, photon torpedoes, energy beams that operated on principles that defied conventional physics. All of them fired simultaneously in a coordinated barrage that would have vaporized any normal starship instantly. The TARDIS's shields absorbed the impact with casual indifference. The blue box didn't even shake. Inside, the Doctor grinned with the expression of someone who'd been in this exact situation too many times to count. Right, that got their attention. 7. I'm disengaging temporal stabilizers now. This is going to get bumpy. He pulled a lever, and reality around the TARDIS went mad. Time began flowing at different rates in different directions. Space warped in configurations that shouldn't be possible. The stellar nursery's carefully ordered gravitational fields suddenly experienced localized temporal accelerations and decelerations that made nascent stars age centuries in seconds, while nearby gas clouds experienced subjective minutes over hours. The Queen's temporal shielding, designed to protect against conventional weapons by creating stable time dilation fields, suddenly had to recalibrate constantly to compensate for chaotic fluctuations that were coming from all directions simultaneously. It's working, 7 reported, her enhanced senses detecting the power fluctuations in the Queen's cube. The temporal shielding is draining 37% of the cube's energy output just to maintain minimal effectiveness. The shields are destabilizing. Windows of vulnerability are appearing in multiple sectors. Fantastic. The Doctor's hands moved across the console with impossible speed, manually recalibrating systems faster than the hybrids could adapt their weapons fire. Now we just need to hold this position for how long did Captain Janeway estimate the assault would take? Approximately 4 minutes from commencement to completion. 7 replied, her attention splitting between TARDIS systems and tactical data from Voyager. However, the hybrids are already adapting. They're modifying their weapons to target temporal distortions rather than the TARDIS directly. They're attempting to destabilize our position by collapsing the local timeline. Of course they are, the Doctor muttered. Because why would anything be simple? 7. I need you to monitor the TARDIS's dimensional anchors. Those readings on your left, the ones that look like they're written in circular Gallifreyan. If any of those readings drop below 40%, tell me immediately. If the dimensional anchors fail while we're generating this much temporal distortion, the TARDIS could phase out of normal space-time entirely and we'd be stuck in the vortex with no way back. 7's ocular implant flickered as she processed this information and concluded that, Stuck in the vortex with no way back was probably one of the worst possible outcomes short of death. Understood. Current dimensional anchor stability, 63% and holding. Outside, the battle erupted into full-scale warfare. 40 Borg cubes dropped out of transwarp in perfect formation, their weapons already firing before they'd fully returned to normal space. Thousands of photon torpedoes streaked toward hybrid vessels. Cutting beams sliced through temporal shielding that was already weakened by the TARDIS's distortions. Tractor beams seized smaller hybrid probes and hurled them into the paths of incoming fire from other hybrid ships. The Borg didn't fight with creativity or tactical flexibility. They fought with overwhelming force applied through mathematical precision. Every cube calculated optimal firing solutions. Every weapon synchronized with every other weapon to maximize destructive efficiency. The collective's entire tactical intelligence focused on this single engagement with the singular purpose of destroying the hybrid queen before she could coordinate effective defense. Then Species 8472 joined the fight. Fluidic space rifts tore open across the battlefield, above, below, at angles that didn't correspond to conventional three-dimensional space. Bioships emerged like sharks erupting from water, their organic weapons already charged, their telepathic coordination allowing them to strike with precision that matched or exceeded even Borg efficiency. Bioenergy beams, golden lightning that was alive, that adapted in real time, that couldn't be defended against through conventional shield technology, struck hybrid vessels from multiple vectors. Where Borg weapons were precise and mathematical, Species 8472's weapons were organic and intuitive. They targeted weak points that sensors couldn't detect. They exploited vulnerabilities that only biological intelligence could recognize. They killed with the ruthless efficiency of apex predators that had evolved in an environment where survival required absolute superiority. The hybrid defensive formation began collapsing. Now, Janeway's voice transmitted through Voyager's communication with the TARDIS. All forces, concentrate fire on the Queen's cube. Target the sectors where temporal shielding has failed. Maximum firepower on my Mark 3, 2, 1. Mark. Every ship in the Alliance fired simultaneously. 40 Borg cubes channeled everything they had into cutting beams and photon torpedoes. 80 Species 8472 bioships unleashed bioenergy that made space itself scream. Voyager, positioned at the edge of the combat zone, fired every torpedo in its arsenal. Quantum torpedoes that had been held in reserve for emergencies, photon torpedoes modified with Borg technology, tricobalt devices that would normally be war crimes, but which seemed entirely appropriate when facing enemies trying to corrupt all of space-time. The combined firepower struck the Queen's cube from 17 different vectors simultaneously, overwhelming defenses that were already compromised by temporal distortions, punching through armor that should have been impervious to conventional weapons. The cube's shields collapsed. Its temporal shielding failed completely. Its hull began rupturing as weapons fire penetrated to interior decks, destroying systems, killing drones, tearing apart the infrastructure that allowed the hybrid queen to coordinate her collective. Inside the TARDIS, Seven detected something that made her Borg-enhanced tactical analysis spike with alarm. Doctor, the Queen's cube is destabilizing, but I'm detecting massive power buildups in its remaining systems. The Queen is channeling all remaining energy to a single purpose. She's attempting to open a rift to the time vortex. Even while dying, she's trying to achieve ascension. No, 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 no. The doctor's hands flew across the console with desperate speed. If she opens that rift while this much temporal energy is already flooding the local area, it won't be a controlled ascension. It'll be a catastrophic breach. The time vortex will flood into normal space, and everything within 100 light-years will experience temporal displacement. Stars will age and de-age simultaneously. Planets will phase in and out of existence across multiple time periods. The entire sector will become a temporal disaster zone. Can you stop it? Seven asked, her voice remarkably calm given that they were apparently seconds away from a catastrophe that would make the hybrid threat look manageable by comparison. Not from here, the doctor admitted. The rift is forming inside the Queen's cube, protected by layers of armor and failing systems. I'd need to physically access the rift controls to shut it down, and there's no way to get inside that cube while it's still being bombarded by Alliance weapons fire. Seven's ocular implant flickered as her enhanced analytical mind processed tactical options faster than baseline human consciousness could manage. She saw the problem clearly. The rift needed to be stopped from inside the Queen's cube. Someone needed to physically access the controls and shut them down before the breach became catastrophic. And the only people close enough to the Queen's cube to have any chance of reaching it in time were currently standing inside a TARDIS that could theoretically materialize anywhere, including inside the Queen's cube. "Doctor," Seven said quietly, her voice carrying absolute certainty, "materialize the TARDIS inside the Queen's cube. I will access the rift controls and attempt to shut them down." "That's suicide," the doctor said flatly. "The cube's interior will be filled with hybrid drones trying to kill anything that isn't them. The systems will be failing catastrophically, and even if you reach the rift controls, shutting them down might require someone to manually hold the circuits closed while the systems overload." Which means, he stopped, realizing what Seven was proposing. "No, absolutely not. I'm not letting you sacrifice yourself. We'll find another way." "There is no other way," Seven replied with that Borg logic that was infuriating precisely because it was correct. "You said it yourself. The rift must be stopped from inside the cube. The TARDIS can materialize us there. I have the technical knowledge to operate hybrid systems, gained during my infiltration. I have Borg nanoprobes that can interface directly with their technology. I am the only person who can accomplish this, Essen. Mathematics is absolute, Doctor. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few." The doctor stared at her, his ancient eyes reflecting centuries of making exactly these kinds of impossible choices. "Seven, I've lost too many companions. Too many people who trusted me, who followed me into danger, who died because I asked them to be brave. I won't ask you to do this." "You're not asking," Seven said gently. "I'm choosing. That's what being human means, Doctor. Having the freedom to choose, even when that choice means sacrificing yourself for others. You taught me that. Captain Janeway taught me that. My time on Voyager taught me that, and now I'm choosing to use that lesson. I'm choosing to be human." For a long moment, the doctor said nothing. His hands rested on the TARDIS controls, and his expression showed the weight of 900 years of making impossible decisions. Then he nodded slowly. "The TARDIS will materialize inside the Queen's cube," he said, his voice rough with emotion he was trying to control. "You'll have approximately 90 seconds before the cube's systems completely fail and it explodes. The rift controls will be in the central chamber, near where the Queen's consciousness is maintained. Shut them down, then run back to the TARDIS. I'll hold position as long as I can, but if the cube starts collapsing before you return, then you dematerialize without me," Seven finished. "I understand, Doctor. If I do not survive, please tell the crew." She paused, searching for words. "Please tell them I died human, that I made my choice freely, that I regret nothing."
"I'll tell them," the doctor promised.
"But Seven, you're coming back. Because I've gotten very good at impossible rescues over the centuries, and I'm not letting you die today. Clear?" Seven's human eye showed the closest thing to a smile her Borg-enhanced features usually managed. "Clear, Doctor." He pulled the lever, and the TARDIS dematerialized from outside the Queen's cube. It rematerialized 90 seconds later, relative time, inside a nightmare. The interior of the Queen's cube was chaos. Hybrid drones, partially Borg, partially Dalek, entirely wrong, moved through corridors that were being torn apart by weapons fire penetrating from outside. Explosions rippled through bulkheads. Atmosphere vented from hull breaches. Power conduits exploded with cascading failures that sent electrical arcs jumping across metal surfaces. The entire ship was dying, and it was dying violently. Seven emerged from the TARDIS running, her enhanced speed, allowing her to navigate debris and avoid falling structural supports with efficiency no baseline human could match. Her ocular implant mapped the route to the central chamber, calculating optimal paths around obstacles, predicting where the next systems failures would occur. Hybrid drones detected her immediately. "Intruder, 7 of 9 will be assimilated. Resistance is futile." They moved to intercept, but Seven had spent 7 years fighting the Borg's pull, understanding their tactics, developing counters to their strategies. She dodged assimilation tubules, ducked under reaching hands, used her knowledge of Borg neural pathways to target weak points with hand-to-hand strikes that overloaded neural transceivers and sent drones into temporary system crashes. She reached the central chamber 53 seconds after materializing. The chamber was massive, cathedral-like in its scope, filled with Borg alcoves modified with Dalek technology, neural processing cores burning with energy that hurt to look at directly. And at the chamber's center, suspended in a matrix of temporal energy and cybernetic horror, was the hybrid queen. She was beautiful and terrible, a consciousness that had once been thousands of individual beings, all of them now merged into a single entity that combined Borg efficiency with Dalek hatred. Her appearance was partially Borg, partially mechanical in ways that suggested Dalek engineering, and entirely horrifying. When she spoke, her voice resonated through the chamber with the authority of absolute conviction. 7 of 9. You were Borg. You could be Borg. Again, you could be perfect. Join us. Ascend with us. Become immortal. I was Borg, 7 replied, her hands already working on the rift controls that were visible behind the Queen's suspended form. I was a drone without choice, without freedom, without humanity. Then I was liberated. I learned what it means to be an individual, what it means to choose, and I choose to stop you. The Queen's expression, what remained human enough to have expressions twisted with something between rage and incomprehension. Choice is weakness. Individuality is inefficient. Humanity is contamination. We offer you perfection, and you refuse. Why? Because perfection without choice is just slavery with better programming, 7 said, her hands moving across the rift controls with desperate speed. The systems were failing, overloading, burning out faster than she could compensate. The rift was almost fully formed, just seconds away from catastrophic breach. She needed to manually hold the control circuits closed while the energy dissipated safely, which meant channeling the full power output of the rift's temporal generators through her Borg implants, which meant death. Her nanoprobes could handle it for approximately 4.3 seconds before her neural pathways burned out completely. But 4.3 seconds should be enough. Would have to be enough. Doctor, 7 transmitted through her com badge, her voice calm despite what she was about to do. I'm shutting down the rift now. Dematerialize the TARDIS immediately. Do not wait for me. The cube will explode in approximately 30 seconds, and the blast will destroy anything within 500 meters. 7, no. The doctor's voice came back immediately, filled with more emotion than she'd heard from him since they'd met. Don't you dare. I'm not leaving you. I'll hold position. You shut down the rift and run back to the TARDIS. There is insufficient time, 7 interrupted. I must manually hold these circuits closed for 4.3 seconds to prevent cascade failure. That duration exceeds my probable survival parameters. You must leave now, Doctor. Please. Tell the crew, tell them I chose this, tell them I died free. She placed her hands on the rift controls and the Queen screamed, No, you will not deny us. Ascension, we will become gods. We will transcend. Mortality. We will. 7 channeled the rift's full temporal output through her neural pathways, and the universe inverted. Power beyond anything biological beings were meant to experience flooded through her consciousness. Her Borg implants overloaded instantly, burning out with cascading failures that should have killed her in the first microsecond. But her nanoprobes, millions of self-repairing microscopic machines that had been part of her since the day the collective assimilated her as a child, worked desperately to maintain her neural integrity just a few seconds longer. Just long enough to hold the circuits closed, just long enough to save everyone. Time stretched. 4.3 seconds became subjective eternities. 7 felt her implants failing one by one, her ocular implant going dark, her cortical node burning out, her neural transceiver dying with a final burst of static. The Borg technology that had defined her existence for 18 years was being systematically destroyed by the very energy she was trying to contain. But beneath the Borg technology, beneath the cybernetic enhancements, there was still Annika Hansen, still a human woman who'd been assimilated at age 6. but who'd never quite forgotten what it meant to be human. And Annika held on with purely human determination.
1 second.
The rift began collapsing, its energy bleeding away into harmless temporal dispersal patterns. 2 seconds. The Queen's consciousness fragmented as the cube's systems failed catastrophically around her. 3 seconds. Hybrid drones throughout the cube dropped as their connection to the Queen's coordinating consciousness severed. 4 seconds. The rift collapsed completely, its threat eliminated. The time vortex sealed away from normal space once more. 4.3 seconds. 7 of 9's hands released the controls, and she collapsed. The last thing she heard before unconsciousness claimed her was the TARDIS's wheezing sound, impossibly close, and the doctor's voice shouting her name. Then darkness. 7 woke in Voyager's sickbay with no memory of how she'd gotten there. The emergency medical hologram was hovering over her with his characteristic mixture of professional concern and barely concealed relief. The doctor, the Time Lord doctor, stood near the biobed looking exhausted but pleased, and gathered around the room were faces she recognized. Captain Janeway, Chakotay, Tom, Harry, Tuvok, B'Elanna Torres, Neelix, and others. Practically the entire senior staff. "Welcome back," the EMH said with obvious satisfaction. "You've been unconscious for 18 hours. Your Borg implants are approximately 93% non-functional. Your neural pathways showed signs of massive trauma consistent with temporal energy overload. By all reasonable medical standards, you should be dead. The fact that you're not is either a miracle or evidence that Borg nanoprobes are even more resilient than I previously calculated. Possibly both." 7 tried to sit up and immediately discovered that her body wasn't responding the way it should. Her ocular implant was dark, completely non-functional. The constant background hum of Borg systems that had been part of her awareness for 18 years was gone. She felt lighter, more human, and terrified by how vulnerable that made her feel. "What happened?" she asked, her voice hoarse. "The Queen's cube? The rift? The Alliance?" "You saved everyone," Janeway said, moving to stand beside the biobed. The rift collapsed completely. The Queen's cube exploded approximately 17 seconds after you shut down the temporal generators. The hybrid collective lost coherence without their Queen's coordination. They're still dangerous, but they're disorganized now. Species 8047-2 and the Borg collective are systematically destroying the remaining hybrid vessels. The threat is contained, and you nearly died doing it, the doctor added, his tone carrying that particular mixture of admiration and exasperation he seemed to reserve for people who did incredibly brave, but tactically inadvisable things. "I materialized the TARDIS inside the Queen's cube literally 2 seconds before it exploded, grabbed you and dematerialized with approximately 0.3 seconds to spare. The blast wave actually caught the TARDIS's exterior shell, left a scorch mark that'll probably never polish out. But we made it. You made it. Barely." 7 processed this information with the slower analytical speed of someone who'd just lost most of their enhanced processing capabilities. She'd survived, against all probability, against every tactical calculation that said she should have died. She'd survived, and somehow that felt more significant than any victory over the hybrids. "I am human now?" she asked quietly, the question directed at the EMH but also at herself, at the realization of what losing her Borg enhancements meant. "More human than you've been in 18 years, the EMH confirmed. "Your nanoprobes are still active. They're what kept you alive during the temporal overload, and they'll continue providing some minor enhanced healing and disease resistance. But the major Borg systems, your ocular implant, your cortical nodes processing enhancements, your neural transceiver, they're permanently damaged beyond my ability to repair. You'll need to relearn how to process information at baseline human speeds, how to see without enhanced visual input, how to exist without the constant background awareness of data streams you've had since childhood. It will be difficult," 7 acknowledged. Then, after a pause, "but also liberating. I have spent 7 years trying to understand what it means to be human while still carrying Borg technology in my body. Now I will learn what it means to be human without those artificial supports. I will learn to be just Annika Hansen." Janeway smiled, a genuine expression of pride and affection. Annika Hansen, who just saved the Delta Quadrant from an existential threat. Annika Hansen, who sacrificed her Borg enhancements to prevent a catastrophic temporal breach. Annika Hansen, who earned a commendation that I'm going to personally recommend when we get home. That Annika Hansen, if we get home, Seven said, and there was something almost like humor in her tone, an emotion she was still learning to express properly, but which felt more natural now without Borg processing suppressing it. We are still 70,000 light-years from Federation space, Captain. 69,842 light-years, Harry corrected automatically.
We've been making progress.
At current speed, assuming we maintain our average velocity without major delays, we should reach the Alpha Quadrant in approximately 53 years. Actually, the doctor interjected, pulling out his sonic screwdriver and tapping it thoughtfully against his palm. I might be able to help with that. The TARDIS's temporal engines could theoretically generate a stable wormhole that would connect your current position directly to Federation space near Earth. It would require massive energy expenditure, would probably leave the TARDIS needing repairs for the next month, and would collapse after one transit. But, he grinned, I've always wanted to pull off a proper dramatic rescue, and taking Voyager home after 7 years in the Delta Quadrant seems like exactly the kind of grand gesture the universe needs right now. The room fell silent as everyone processed what the doctor had just suggested. 7 years of fighting to get home. 7 years of impossible odds and desperate survival. 7 years of telling themselves they'd find a way back eventually. Somehow, someday. And now a man with a blue box was casually suggesting he could just send them home. Today, right now. Doctor, Janeway said carefully, are you serious? You can create a stable wormhole that would take us back to Earth? I'm 93% sure I can, the doctor replied. Maybe 92%, possibly 90%, depending on how the calculations go. But yes, in principle, it's entirely possible. The TARDIS has enough residual temporal energy from our little adventure in the hybrid Queen's Cube that I could channel it through the right configuration to punch a hole through space-time directly to your destination. You'd all get home. Right now. Today. And I imagine that would make a lot of people very happy. Janeway looked around at her crew, the people she'd led through 7 years of impossible circumstances, who'd trusted her judgment even when that judgment seemed insane, who'd become more than just officers under her command. They'd become a family. And families deserve to go home. All right, she said, and her voice carried the weight of command mixed with genuine emotion. Doctor, if you can get us home, if you can give my crew back the lives they lost when the caretaker stranded us here, then I'll accept your help gratefully. But I have one condition. Name it, the doctor said. You come visit Earth, Janeway replied. You meet Starfleet Command. You let them thank you properly for everything you've done, and you let the Federation officially acknowledge that you saved not just Voyager but potentially the entire galaxy from the hybrid threat. You don't just disappear into time and space without letting people know what you did. The doctor looked uncomfortable with that prospect, clearly someone more accustomed to operating in shadows than in spotlights. But after a moment he nodded. All right, I'll visit Earth. I'll meet your Starfleet admirals. I'll let them say thank you. But then I'm leaving. I've got a universe to protect, and I can't do that if I'm stuck in diplomatic meetings. Deal, Janeway said, extending her hand. The doctor shook it, and the agreement was made. Voyager was going home. The TARDIS materialized in Earth's orbit with its characteristic wheezing sound, a noise that seemed simultaneously out of place and perfectly appropriate for a blue police box appearing in the middle of Starfleet's defensive perimeter. Within seconds, every sensor array in the Sol system was tracking it, every defense platform was calculating firing solutions, and every admiral with tactical authority was demanding explanations from very confused subordinates who had no idea how to classify a wooden box that registered as existing across multiple temporal dimensions simultaneously. Then Voyager dropped out of the wormhole behind the TARDIS, and all questions about mysterious blue boxes became secondary to the realization that a Starfleet vessel that had been declared lost with all hands 7 years ago had just returned home. Voyager to Starfleet Command. Janeway transmitted, her voice carrying emotions she'd kept carefully controlled for 7 years, but which were now impossible to suppress completely. This is Captain Catherine Janeway requesting permission to dock at Earth Station McKinley. We've had an extended mission in the Delta Quadrant. We're ready to come home. The silence that followed lasted approximately 3 seconds. an eternity in communications terms. Then Admiral Owen Paris's voice came through, rough with emotion that military discipline couldn't quite contain. "Voyager, this is Admiral Paris. Permission to dock is granted immediately. And Catherine, welcome home. We'll have a full debrief scheduled. But first," his voice broke slightly. "First, I just want to say that we never stopped looking, never stopped hoping. Is my son, is Tom." "Lieutenant Paris is here, Admiral," Janeway confirmed. "He's alive. The entire crew survived. We have a lot to report, but everyone made it home." From the helm, Tom Paris's hands gripped his console tightly enough that his knuckles went white. 7 years of flying through impossible situations. 7 years of wondering if he'd ever see his father again. If he'd ever have the chance to prove he was more than the disgrace who'd washed out of Starfleet. 7 years of becoming someone he could be proud of. And now he was home. And his father's voice was breaking with relief that his son had survived. "Take us in, Tom," Janeway said quietly. "Bring us home." Tom's voice was steady, despite the emotions threatening to overwhelm him. "Aye, Captain." Setting course for Earth Station McKinley. ETA 17 minutes. As Voyager moved into formation with the TARDIS, the blue box maintaining position off their starboard bow as an honor guard might, the crew began processing what coming home actually meant. 7 years of their lives spent in the Delta Quadrant. 7 years that their families had spent mourning them as lost. 7 years of missed birthdays, anniversaries, promotions, births, deaths, and everything else that defined normal human existence. They were home, and nothing would ever be the same. Earth Station McKinley's docking bay had been hastily cleared to accommodate Voyager, and by the time the ship settled into its berth, what looked like half of Starfleet Command had assembled to greet them. Admirals in dress uniforms, media representatives with recording equipment, family members who'd been contacted on emergency channels and told to get to McKinley immediately because someone they'd thought lost was coming home. The bay was crowded, chaotic, and absolutely perfect. The airlock cycled open, and Janeway emerged first, as was proper for a captain returning from an extended mission. Behind her came Chakotay, Tuvok, Tom Paris, Harry Kim, B'Elanna Torres, and the rest of the crew. And walking alongside them, looking slightly uncomfortable with the attention but resolute, was the doctor accompanied by 7 of 9. Now Annika Hansen, her Borg implants mostly non-functional, looking more human than she had in 18 years. Admiral Paris didn't wait for formal protocols. He pushed through the crowd and pulled his son into a hug that would have been entirely inappropriate for a Starfleet admiral under normal circumstances, but which seemed entirely appropriate now. "You're alive. You're home, Tom." He stopped, unable to find words adequate for the moment. "I'm home, Dad," Tom said simply, "and I did it right this time. I made you proud." "You were always worth being proud of," Admiral Paris replied, his voice rough. "I just didn't know how to tell you that. I'm sorry it took 7 years and 70,000 light years for me to figure that out." Similar reunions were happening throughout the docking bay. Harry Kim found his parents waiting with expressions that cycled between disbelief, joy, and the kind of love that only parents who'd mourned their child could express. B'Elanna Torres was greeted by Klingon representatives who'd tracked her career with interest and were clearly impressed that she'd survived 7 years in hostile space. Other crew members found family, friends, and loved ones who'd been told to expect them and still couldn't quite believe they were real. Janeway watched her crew reconnecting with their lives and felt a satisfaction that made 7 years of impossible decisions feel worth it. They were home. She'd gotten them home, not through the caretaker's array, not through any of the technological solutions they'd pursued, but through simple determination and a Time Lord who'd appeared at exactly the right moment with a blue box that could punch holes through space-time. Admiral Edward Jellicoe approached a man whose reputation for tactical brilliance was matched only by his reputation for being difficult to work with. "Captain Janeway, on behalf of Starfleet Command, welcome home. Your service record over the past 7 years is remarkable. We're going to need extensive debriefs on everything you encountered in the Delta Quadrant, but that can wait. For now, you and your crew have earned rest. We've arranged quarters at Starfleet Academy for anyone who needs them, and transport to wherever else people want to go." "Thank you, Admiral," Janeway replied formally. "However, there's one additional matter that requires Command's immediate attention." The gentleman standing behind me, she gestured to the doctor, who was looking around the docking bay with the expression of someone cataloging everything for future reference, is responsible for getting us home. He's also responsible for stopping a threat in the Delta Quadrant that could have endangered the entire galaxy. Starfleet needs to hear his full report. Jellicoe studied the doctor with an expression that suggested he was trying to determine exactly how to classify someone who traveled in a blue box and claimed to be from another universe. I see. And you would be? The doctor replied, extending his hand with a cheerfulness that seemed mildly inappropriate given the formal circumstances. Time Lord, last of my kind, defender of the universe on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and occasional helper of Starfleet captains who find themselves stranded 70,000 light-years from home. Pleasure to meet you, Admiral. I've heard a lot about Starfleet. Mostly good things, though I should mention that your regulations regarding temporal mechanics are desperately outdated and could use a complete revision. Jellicoe blinked, possibly the first time anyone had seen him genuinely surprised. Will, take that under advisement. Doctor, Starfleet Command would very much like to debrief you regarding the threat Captain Janeway mentioned. Would you be willing to provide a full report? Absolutely, the doctor confirmed. Though I should warn you, the report involves Daleks, Borg, hybrid abominations that combine the worst aspects of both species. Species 8472, temporal mechanics that will give your physicists headaches, and a plot to corrupt all of space-time that very nearly succeeded. It's going to be a long briefing. You might want to bring coffee. Lots of coffee. Possibly something stronger. Noted, Jellicoe said dryly. We'll schedule the debrief for tomorrow morning. For now, please accept Starfleet's gratitude for your assistance in returning our people home. As the Admiral moved away to coordinate the chaos of Voyager's return, Seven approached the doctor with an expression that carried emotions she was still learning to identify. Without her Borg implants suppressing emotional responses, she was experiencing feelings with an intensity that was simultaneously liberating and overwhelming. Doctor, she said quietly, I want to thank you for saving my life when I shut down the temporal rift, for teaching me that being human means making choices even when those choices are difficult, for showing me that courage isn't the absence of fear but the decision to act, despite it. The doctor smiled, not his usual manic grin, but something softer, more genuine. You saved yourself, Annika. I just provided transportation. You're the one who chose to sacrifice yourself for others. You're the one who held those circuits closed despite knowing it would likely kill you. You're the one who proved that humanity is stronger than any artificial programming. I'm just glad I was there to pull you out afterward. Still, Seven insisted, without you, none of us would have returned home. Voyager would have spent 50 more years trying to reach Federation space. We owe you more than gratitude can express. Then don't express it, the doctor replied gently. Just live. Be human. Experience everything you missed while you were Borg. Fall in love. Get your heart broken. Eat terrible food and wonderful food. See beautiful things and terrible things. Make mistakes and learn from them. That's how you thank me, by being gloriously, messily, wonderfully human. Seven's human eye, the only one that still functioned properly since her ocular implant had burned out, glistened slightly with what might have been tears. I will attempt to comply with those instructions, Doctor, though I suspect being gloriously, messily human is more difficult than standard Borg operational protocols. Oh, infinitely more difficult, the doctor agreed. Also infinitely more rewarding. You'll see. Behind them, Janeway was being congratulated by what seemed like every admiral in Starfleet simultaneously, while her crew dispersed to reconnect with families, or simply to experience being on Earth again after 7 years away. The docking bay was chaos, wonderful, joyful chaos that spoke to survival against impossible odds and the triumph of determination over circumstance. The doctor watched it all with an expression that suggested he was memorizing this moment, another instance of humans proving that they were capable of remarkable things when necessity demanded it. Another reason to keep protecting this universe despite its tendency to generate universe-ending threats with alarming regularity. Then his sonic screwdriver emitted a series of urgent beeps that made his expression shift from contemplative to concerned. Oh, he said quietly. Oh, that's not good. Seven, whose enhanced hearing had survived despite her other Borg systems failing, turned immediately. Doctor, What's wrong? The doctor was studying his sonic screwdriver's readings with the expression of someone who just discovered that a problem they thought was solved was, in fact, not solved at all. The hybrid remnants. The ones that Species 8472 and the Borg were systematically destroying. I'm detecting temporal signatures from the Delta Quadrant that match hybrid technology. But they're different. Evolved. Like the remaining hybrids learned from their queen's death and adapted their strategy. How is that possible? Seven asked, her analytical mind immediately shifting back to tactical assessment mode despite the surrounding celebrations. Without the queen to coordinate them, the hybrid collective should have fragmented into isolated groups lacking strategic coherence. Should have, yes, the doctor agreed. But remember the hybrids combined Borg adaptability with Dalek resilience. Daleks don't need central coordination to be dangerous. They're individuals, each one capable of independent strategic thinking. If the remaining hybrids retained that individual intelligence while also maintaining some level of collective coordination, he trailed off, running more calculations. They wouldn't need a queen. They'd be able to operate as a distributed network, each node capable of learning from the others, but not dependent on centralized control. It's actually tactically superior to the Borg model. Harder to destroy because there's no single point of failure. Seven's expression hardened. Then the threat is not eliminated. The hybrids are still operational in the Delta Quadrant. And they're building something, the doctor added, highlighting a section of his sonics readings. Massive energy signatures. Temporal distortions that are orders of magnitude larger than what the Queen was generating. Multiple simultaneous projects across different sectors. It's like he stopped, his eyes widening with realization. They're not trying one ascension attempt, they're trying dozens, hundreds. Simultaneous breaches distributed across thousands of light years. Even if we stopped 99% of them, that last 1% would be enough to achieve ascension. The celebration around them continued, oblivious to the conversation happening near the airlock. Families reunited. Officers congratulated each other. Media representatives captured footage of Voyager's triumphant return. No one except Seven and the doctor realized that the threat they thought they'd defeated was still active, still evolving, still pursuing the goal of corrupting all of space-time. We need to inform Starfleet Command, Seven said immediately. Captain Janeway needs to know that the mission is incomplete. Yes, the doctor agreed. But first I need to coordinate with the Borg Collective and Species 8472. If the hybrids are attempting this many simultaneous ascension attempts, we'll need every ally we can get. The Alliance needs to remain operational. And he paused, checking his readings one more time. We're going to need to strike fast. Based on these energy signatures, the hybrids will be ready to attempt their ascensions within 72 hours, maybe less. 72 hours, Seven repeated. Captain Janeway and the crew have been home for less than 1 hour. They deserve rest. They deserve time with their families. They deserve peace, the doctor finished gently. But the universe doesn't care what people deserve. It just keeps generating crises that need solving. I've learned that the hard way over 900 years. Sometimes you don't get to rest. Sometimes the work is never truly finished. Sometimes saving the universe means sacrificing what you want for what's necessary. Seven looked at the celebrating crew, her friends, her family, the people who'd given her a second chance at life. They'd fought for 7 years to get home. They deserved more than an hour of peace before being asked to risk everything again. But the doctor was right. The universe didn't care about fairness. The hybrids were still operational. The threat remained. And stopping them would require everyone who'd fought them before. Voyager's crew, the Borg Collective, Species 8472 and the doctor's temporal expertise. I will inform Captain Janeway, Seven said finally. She will make the decision regarding Voyager's continued involvement. But Doctor, if she chooses to commit Voyager to this mission, if she asks her crew to return to the Delta Quadrant after only hours at home, many of them will follow, because that is who they are. That is what they've become after 7 years of impossible circumstances. They're people who do what's necessary regardless of personal cost. I know, the doctor said quietly. That's why I'm glad they're on our side. Come on, let's go ruin everyone's homecoming with news that the war isn't over. They moved through the celebrating crowd toward where Janeway was accepting congratulations from admirals, and both of them felt the weight of what they were about to do. They were going to tell people who'd just returned home after 7 years that they needed to leave again, immediate, for a mission that might not have any survivors. It was cruel, it was necessary, and it was exactly the kind of impossible choice that defined what it meant to be human. The conference room in Starfleet Command's headquarters was packed beyond comfortable capacity. Janeway and her senior staff occupied one side of the table. Admirals Paris, Jellicoe, and Nechayev represented Starfleet Command. The Doctor stood at the head of the table next to a holographic display showing tactical data from the Delta Quadrant, and on separate view screens, the Borg Queen's synthesized face, and a telepathic representation of Species 8472's collective consciousness waited. The atmosphere was tense enough to cut with a knife. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," Admiral Nechayev said, her voice carrying that particular edge she used when dealing with situations that offended her sense of tactical order. "You're telling us that the hybrid threat we thought was eliminated is actually still operational, that the remaining hybrids are planning simultaneous ascension attempts across hundreds of star systems, and that you want Voyager, which just returned home after 7 years, to immediately deploy back to the Delta Quadrant for another potentially suicidal mission. Is that an accurate summary?" "Essentially, yes," the Doctor confirmed, "though I'd argue the mission isn't suicidal so much as extremely dangerous with suboptimal survival probabilities. There's a difference." "Not a meaningful one," Nechayev replied dryly. "Doctor, I appreciate everything you've done for Voyager and for preventing the initial hybrid ascension, but Starfleet doesn't send ships and crews into combat scenarios with suboptimal survival probabilities unless there's absolutely no alternative. What exactly are we facing here?" The Doctor manipulated the holographic display, showing temporal readings from across the Delta Quadrant. "The hybrids are building temporal generators in approximately 340 different locations. Each generator is designed to open a small rift to the time vortex. Individually, these rifts wouldn't be dangerous, too small to allow actual ascension, too unstable to maintain for more than a few seconds. But collectively, if all 340 rifts open simultaneously, they'll create a resonance cascade that will tear down the dimensional barriers separating the time vortex from normal space across the entire Delta Quadrant." He paused to let that sink in, then continued, "At that point, time itself becomes navigable. Past, present, and future exist simultaneously. The hybrids ascend not through a single rift, but through thousands of temporal access points opening across billions of years of history. They become beings existing outside linear time, capable of attacking any moment in history, able to corrupt reality from its foundation upward." "How do we stop them?" Admiral Paris asked, his tactical mind already working through scenarios. "We destroy the temporal generators before they can activate simultaneously," the Doctor explained. "But there are 340 of them spread across thousands of light years, all scheduled to activate within 68 hours. The Borg Collective can deploy cubes to approximately 120 locations. Species 872 can hit another 80 with bioship formations. That leaves 140 generators that need to be eliminated by other means." "Starfleet doesn't have ships in the Delta Quadrant," Jellicoe pointed out. "Even if we authorized immediate deployment, our fastest vessels would take weeks to reach even the closest targets. We can't get sufficient forces into position in time, which is why we need Voyager," the Doctor said, turning to look at Janeway. "Your ship has been to the Delta Quadrant. Your crew knows how to survive there, and with the TARDIS providing rapid transport to target locations, Voyager could hit multiple generators in sequence faster than conventional warp travel would allow. Between Voyager, the Borg, and Species 8472, we could cover all 340 targets. Barely, with no margin for error." The room fell silent as everyone processed the tactical reality. This wasn't a mission that could be delegated to fresh crews. This required people who'd fought hybrids before, who understood their capabilities, who'd already proven they could work within the Alliance framework. This required Voyager's crew, who'd been home for exactly 4 hours and were now being asked to leave again. "Captain Janeway," Nechayev said formally, "Starfleet cannot order you to accept this mission. You and your crew have already served beyond any reasonable expectation. You've earned the right to rest, to decompress, to return to your lives. If you decline this mission, no one would blame you. Is that clear?" "It's clear, Admiral," Janway replied quietly. However, Neshiev continued, if the doctor's assessment is accurate, and I have no reason to doubt it given what you've reported about hybrid capabilities, then the stakes couldn't be higher. If those temporal generators activate, the resulting reality corruption could spread beyond the Delta Quadrant. It could affect the entire galaxy, potentially the entire universe. We need Voyager. We need your crew, but I won't order you to go. The choice is yours. Janway looked around the table at her senior staff, the people who'd followed her through 7 years of impossible circumstances, who'd trusted her judgment even when that judgment seemed insane, who'd become more than just officers under her command. Tom, she said quietly, you've just been reunited with your father after 7 years. If I ask you to go back to the Delta Quadrant, you'd be leaving him again just hours after coming home. Tom Paris met his father's eyes across the table, and some unspoken communication passed between them. Then he turned to Janway. Captain, I spent 7 years learning to be someone my father could be proud of. If I stay here now while the universe needs saving, I'd be throwing away everything I learned. I'm a pilot, a damn good one. Voyager needs me, so I'm going. Dad understands. Admiral Paris nodded slowly, his expression showing pride mixed with concern. He's right, Catherine. He needs to do this. And I'm proud that he wants to. Harry, Janway prompted. Harry Kim looked at his parents in the observation gallery. They'd insisted on attending the briefing, wanting to be near their son. Then back to Janway. Captain, I've spent 7 years trying to get home. Now I'm here, and it's everything I thought it would be. But if I stay while people need help, while the universe needs saving, I couldn't live with myself. My parents raised me better than that. I'm going. One by one, the senior staff confirmed their commitment. Chakotay, Tuvok, Belana, 7, all of them volunteering to return to the Delta Quadrant, despite having just arrived home. All of them choosing duty over rest, necessity over personal desires, the needs of the many over the needs of themselves. Janway felt emotions threatening to overwhelm her professional composure, her crew, her family, still choosing to follow her even when that choice meant sacrificing everything they'd fought for. Very well, she said, her voice steady despite the tightness in her throat. Voyager will accept the mission. We'll coordinate with the Borg in Species 8472, deploy to the Delta Quadrant, and eliminate those temporal generators before they can activate. Admiral Nechayev, I'll need authorization to requisition additional torpedoes, replacement parts for systems damaged during our previous engagements, and priority access to Earth Station McKinley's engineering facilities for rapid repairs. Granted, Nechayev confirmed. Anything you need, Captain. Starfleet is providing full support. You'll have it. On the view screen, the Borg Queen's synthesized voice spoke. Voyager's commitment is acknowledged. The collective will coordinate tactical positioning with Starfleet specifications. Alliance parameters remain operational. We will destroy the hybrid contamination. We will achieve perfection through their elimination. The Species 8047-2 telepathic broadcast resonated through everyone's minds. Voyager's courage is noted. We will honor your commitment with maximum force. The hybrids will be purged. Reality will be preserved. This is acceptable. Then it's settled, the doctor said. We have 68 hours to position forces, coordinate strikes, and eliminate 340 temporal generators before they activate simultaneously. This is going to be the most precisely coordinated military operation any of our civilizations have ever attempted. Timing will be absolutely critical. If even one generator activates before we're ready, it could trigger the cascade prematurely. Everyone needs to strike at exactly the same moment. Can you coordinate that level of precision across 3 different civilizations with fundamentally different tactical doctrines? Jellicoe asked skeptically. The doctor grinned, that manic expression that suggested he was either about to do something brilliant or something catastrophically stupid. I've coordinated multi-species military operations across multiple timelines while being shot at by Daleks who wanted to erase me from history. This is challenging but manageable. I'll upload tactical coordination protocols to Voyager, the Borg, and Species 8047-2. Everyone follows the strike sequence precisely, and we eliminate all 340 generators within a 6-minute window. Simple. Nothing about this is simple, Nechayev observed. Well, no, the doctor admitted. But I find that describing things as simple helps people feel more confident about attempting them. Positive thinking. Very important for morale. Despite the tension, several people around the table smiled slightly. The doctor's irreverent approach to universe-ending threats was either refreshing or deeply concerning, depending on perspective. Possibly both. We launch in 12 hours, Janeway said, standing and straightening her uniform. That gives the crew time for brief rest, gives engineering time for rapid repairs, and gives us time to load additional ordnance. After that we deploy to the Delta Quadrant, and we don't come home until every hybrid temporal generator is destroyed. Clear, clear, Captain, her senior staff responded in unison. As the meeting broke up and people moved to execute their assigned tasks, Seven approached Janeway privately. Captain, I want to accompany you on this mission despite no longer possessing functional Borg enhancements. I understand this puts me at tactical disadvantage, but my knowledge of hybrid systems remains relevant. I can contribute to mission success. Janeway studied Seven's expression, looking for doubt, for uncertainty, for any sign that Seven was volunteering from obligation rather than genuine choice. But Seven's human eye showed nothing but determination. She'd lost her Borg implants. She'd nearly died shutting down the temporal rift. She'd finally achieved full humanity. And now she was volunteering to risk it all again. Annika, Janeway said gently, using Seven's human name deliberately, you don't have to prove anything. You've already done more than anyone could ask. You can stay here, start building a life as a human woman without Borg technology defining you. No one would think less of you. I know, Seven replied, but I am choosing to go anyway. Not because I must prove anything. Not because I feel obligated, but because it is the right thing to do. Because people I care about are risking themselves. Because this is what humans do. They protect each other. They sacrifice for each other. They choose to be brave even when fear would be more logical. I am human now, Captain. This is me being human. Janeway pulled Seven into another brief hug, a gesture of respect and affection that Seven was still learning to reciprocate properly, but which felt more natural now without Borg programming suppressing emotional responses. Then welcome back to the crew, Annika. Let's go save the universe one more time. 67 hours and 43 minutes later, Voyager hung in space near a hybrid temporal generator in a sector so remote that Borg designation simply listed it as Matrix 97-4 Gamma 12 subsection Theta. Around them, debris from destroyed hybrid vessels floated in silent testament to the battle that had taken place 3 minutes earlier. That's Generator 78, Tom reported from the helm, his voice carrying exhaustion that came from 17 hours of continuous combat operations. Quantum torpedoes away. Direct hit. Generator destroyed. Confirmed, Tuvok added. Temporal distortions from the destroyed generator are dissipating safely. No cascade effects detected. We are clear to proceed to the next target. The doctor, working at a dedicated science station the crew had designated Temporal Coordination Central, checked his sonic screwdriver against the tactical displays, showing Borg and Species 8472 strike teams across the Delta Quadrant. Generator 78 eliminated on schedule. Borg forces have eliminated Generators 1 through 120. Species 8472 has eliminated Generators 121 through 200. Voyager has eliminated Generators 201 through 278. That leaves 62 generators remaining with... He checked the countdown timer. 47 minutes until simultaneous activation. We're behind schedule. How far behind? Janeway asked, though she suspected she didn't want to hear the answer. We need to eliminate 62 generators in 47 minutes, the doctor calculated. That's one generator every 45 seconds, accounting for travel time, combat operations, and torpedo reloads. Previously, we've been averaging one generator every 63 seconds. We need to increase our operational tempo by approximately 30% to hit all remaining targets before the activation window. From engineering, Bilana Torres's voice came through the comm with that particular tone that meant she was about to say something Janeway wouldn't like. Captain, I'm not sure the ship can handle that tempo increase. We've been running continuous combat operations for 17 hours. The warp drive is operating at 86% efficiency. Weapons systems are showing stress fractures from repeated rapid-fire sequences. If we push harder, we risk catastrophic systems failure. Then we'll push until systems fail. Janway replied with absolute certainty. Because if we don't eliminate those generators, reality fails instead. Ilana, give me everything you've got. Tom, maximum warp between targets. I don't care if it damages the engines, we'll repair them later. Tuvok, arm every torpedo we have left, and prepare for rapid-fire sequences. Harry, coordinate with the doctor. I want precise targeting data transmitted to us before we even arrive at each generator location. We're not slowing down. Aye, Captain, the crew responded, and Voyager accelerated toward Generator 279. What followed was 45 minutes of the most intense continuous combat operations any of them had experienced. Voyager would drop out of warp at a generator location, fire torpedoes while still decelerating, confirm destruction before the smoke had cleared, and immediately jump to the next target. No time for tactical analysis. No time for careful approach vectors. Just rapid deployment, overwhelming firepower, immediate departure. Repeat. Generator 279 destroyed. Generator 280 destroyed. Generator 281 destroyed. The tempo was brutal. Engineering reported stress fractures in the warp nacelles. Tactical reported weapons systems operating at 112% of design specifications, a number that technically shouldn't be possible but which accurately described what Tuvok was forcing the phaser arrays to accomplish. Medical reported crew members collapsing from exhaustion and requiring stimulants just to remain functional, but they kept going. Generator 290 destroyed. Generator 300 destroyed. Generator 310 destroyed. 20 generators remaining, the doctor reported, his hands moving across controls with desperate speed. Borg and Species 8472 have completed their target elimination. They're standing by to assist with remaining generators but can't reach them in time given current positioning. It's all on us now. 17 minutes until activation window. Can we do it? Chakotay asked, and his voice carried genuine uncertainty. A rare thing for someone who'd spent 7 years projecting absolute confidence in their captain's decisions. Janway looked at the tactical display showing 20 generator locations scattered across 3 light-years of space. 20 targets. 17 minutes. It was mathematically possible but tactically improbable. They'd need perfect execution. 0 delays. No mistakes. And probably luck they didn't deserve. We're going to try, she said. Tom, plot the optimal route through all remaining generators. Harry, transmit targeting data to Tuvok for every location. Tuvok, prepare for continuous rapid-fire operations. The moment we drop out of warp at a target, I want torpedoes away before the inertial dampeners have finished compensating. Doctor, monitor the activation countdown and tell me the moment we've run out of time. Understood, the doctor confirmed. Though I should mention, if we don't eliminate all 20 generators before the activation window, even one surviving generator will trigger the cascade. We either succeed completely, or we fail completely. There's no partial credit here. Then we succeed completely, Janway replied. Because failure isn't an option. Generator 311, destroyed. 15 minutes remaining. Generator 312 destroyed. 13 minutes remaining. Generator 313 destroyed. 11 minutes remaining. The countdown continued with mathematical inevitability. Each generator eliminated bought them slightly more time, slightly better odds, slightly less chance of universal corruption. But it wasn't enough. They were still behind schedule, still facing targets they couldn't reach in time. Generator 320 destroyed. 7 minutes remaining. Captain, the doctor said urgently, we're not going to make it. Even at current tempo, we'll be approximately 90 seconds short of eliminating all remaining generators before activation, unless we can somehow eliminate multiple generators simultaneously. Wait, Seven interrupted, her enhanced analytical mind still functional despite her disabled implants, processing tactical possibilities faster than baseline humans could follow. Doctor, the TARDIS can materialize anywhere. Could it materialize inside a temporal generator's containment field and disrupt it from within? The doctor's eyes widened. Yes. Fantastic. Brilliant. The TARDIS's temporal stabilizers would destabilize the generator's containment systems, causing immediate cascade failure without requiring torpedo strikes. I'd need to pilot the TARDIS manually, materializing at multiple generator locations in rapid sequence, but yes, This could work. How many generators could you eliminate that way? Janeway asked. In 7 minutes? With perfect piloting and no delays? The doctor calculated rapidly. 8, maybe 9 if I pushed the TARDIS beyond safe operational parameters. That would leave 11 generators for Voyager to eliminate conventionally, which is achievable given your current operational tempo. Do it, Janeway ordered. Take the TARDIS, eliminate as many generators as possible, coordinate with us to avoid duplication. We eliminate the remaining targets together or we die trying. The doctor grinned, that manic expression that meant he was about to do something either brilliant or suicidal. Right. Simultaneous multi-target elimination across 3 light-years while racing against a countdown that will end reality if we fail. This is either going to be amazing or horrific, possibly both. I love these situations. He sprinted toward where the TARDIS was docked in Voyager's shuttle bay, 7 following close behind. 7, what are you doing? The doctor called over his shoulder. I am accompanying you, 7 replied calmly. The TARDIS systems respond to my presence. I can assist with navigation calculations while you focus on piloting. We will be more efficient working together. It's dangerous, the doctor protested even as they entered the TARDIS. Everything we do is dangerous. 7 countered. That is no longer sufficient reason to avoid doing it. Now please explain the navigation protocols so I can help prevent the collapse of reality. The TARDIS dematerialized from Voyager's shuttle bay with its characteristic sound, leaving Janeway and her crew to eliminate 11 remaining generators, while the Doctor and 7 attempted to destabilize 8 others through impossible piloting across impossible distances in impossible time frames. 5 minutes remaining. Generator 321. Voyager. Destroyed. Generator 322. TARDIS. Destabilized. Generator 323. Voyager. Destroyed. Generator 324. TARDIS. Destabilized. 3 minutes remaining. Generator 325. Voyager. Destroyed. Generator 326. Voyager. Destroyed. Generator 327. TARDIS. Destabilized. Generator 328. TARDIS. Destabilized. 1 minute remaining. Generator 329. Voyager. Destroyed. Generator 330. TARDIS. Destabilized. Generator 331. Voyager. Destroyed. 30 seconds remaining.
Generator 332. TARDIS. Destabilized. Generator 333. Voyager. Destroyed.
15 seconds remaining. 7 generators left. Mathematically impossible to reach them all in time. Captain, the doctor's voice transmitted through Voyager's communications. The TARDIS can generate a temporal stasis field. If I activate it at precisely the right moment, I can freeze the remaining generators in temporal suspension for approximately 8 seconds, long enough for Voyager to eliminate them. But I need to materialize at the exact center point between all 7 remaining generators, and the field generation will drain the TARDIS completely. I won't have enough power to dematerialize afterward. I'll be stranded. Do it, Janeway ordered without hesitation. We'll retrieve you afterward. Acknowledged. Materializing in 3, 2, 1, now. The TARDIS appeared in space at coordinates precisely equidistant from the 7 remaining generators. A mathematical impossibility of positioning that only Time Lord technology could achieve. The doctor's hands flew across the controls with speed that looked less like deliberate action and more like controlled chaos. 7 stood beside him, her human analytical capabilities stretched to their limits as she calculated power distribution, monitored temporal field stability, and prayed to whatever human gods she'd learned about that this would work. The temporal stasis field erupted from the TARDIS, like a wave of frozen time, expanding outward at faster than light speeds, until it engulfed all 7 remaining generators simultaneously. The generators froze, not in physical space, but in temporal space, their activation sequences suspended in a moment that lasted subjectively forever, while objectively existing for only 8 seconds. All remaining generators are temporally suspended. Harry reported. Voyager has clear firing solutions. Captain, we need to destroy them all before the stasis field collapses. Fire, Janeway ordered. Everything we have, now. Tuvok's hands moved with Vulcan precision across his tactical controls. 7 photon torpedoes launched simultaneously. one for each suspended generator. They crossed the distances in subjective slow motion, approaching targets that existed in frozen time, carrying destructive payloads that would either save reality or fail catastrophically. Inside the TARDIS, warning klaxons screamed as the temporal stasis field drained power faster than the ship's systems could compensate. The Doctor watched his instruments showing catastrophic power depletion, knowing that maintaining the field for the full 8 seconds meant stranding himself and Seven in this location with no way to dematerialize, no way to escape, no way to avoid whatever consequences followed. Seven, he said quietly beneath the alarms. I'm sorry. I should have ordered you to stay on Voyager. You didn't need to be here for this. I chose to be here, Seven replied calmly, her human eye meeting his ancient one. This is what humans do, Doctor. They choose to sacrifice themselves for others. You taught me that. I am simply applying the lesson. The 7 torpedoes struck their targets simultaneously. 7 temporal generators exploded in perfect synchronization. The stasis field collapsed as the TARDIS's power reserves hit zero. And across the Delta Quadrant, 340 destroyed temporal generators failed to activate, failed to open rifts to the time vortex, failed to initiate the resonance cascade that would have corrupted all of reality. The hybrid's final ascension attempt had failed. Reality was preserved. The universe survived. And in space 3 light-years from Voyager's position, the TARDIS hung powerless and dark, its distinctive wheezing sound silent for the first time in 900 years.